Hey, everybody, and welcome back to day 2 of the PlayPosit Exchange. As we saw yesterday, this is truly a meeting of the minds for PlayPosit specific knowledge sharing. Sessions yesterday were led by 8 phenomenal presenters that led us on a storytelling journey specific to their institution and use case for PlayPosit interactive video. We heard reports of rich feedback from students about their experiences with PlayPosit bulbs, use cases of PlayPosit for pre-work, and proactive content distribution. A common thread addressed in each story we heard is the flexibility of using one tool to meet many different needs. So today we're back with more stories, sessions, and best practices. Let's get started with a few logistical reminders as we hop back in. We are going to be doing a deep dive from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern today, and each session is a power-packed 30 minutes, followed by a 10-minute break for grabbing coffee, a snack, or participating in our 2 trivia breaks today for a chance to win PlayPosit swag prizes. Feel free to tailor your experience so you can leave and rejoin sessions at your convenience throughout the day. Need a recharge? We got you covered with a 30-minute lunch break, which will be happening at 1:30 Eastern. Feel free to use our chat throughout the sessions today and interact directly with them during each sessions. So you'll find that chat functionality built right into StreamYard. If you miss a session or want to revisit one of these valuable pieces of PlayPosit knowledge, all of our sessions are going to be recorded and readily available for you to review right here in StreamYard after each of our sessions, or after each day, I should say. So after today. So first step for day 2 are 3 power users from Florida International University who will be sharing with us about gamifying mixed reality for asynchronous learning. Aaron Robles is our first presenter here out of our 3. And I'll give a quick bio for each of our presenters today. So Aaron Robles is an instructional design consultant at FIU Online and blends his background in psychology and international business and higher education with over 3 years of experience. His passion for transformative ed tech drives him to create engaging learning experiences. Collaborating with stakeholders, Aaron designs and implements interactive learning solutions bridging gaps between vision and reality. His research focuses on active learning, innovative collaboration, and social mobility, aiming to spark paradigm shifts in education. Committed to revolutionizing learning through technology, Aaron strives to leave a profound impact on learners and professionals alike. Next up, Jenny Lopez is an instructional design consultant with degrees in finance and instructional systems and technology, as well as over 9 years of experience working in learning design and support in higher ed. She's an advocate for lifelong learning and strongly encourages others to seek knowledge and novelty from even the most unexpected places. Her passion for game-based learning, psychology, equitable education, and challenging current educational standards solidifies her as a resident game changer and theory guru on FIU's online learning design innovation team. Finally, Michael Wright is the Associate Director of Instructional Learning Technology with FIU Online, a faculty fellow at FIU's Honor College, the CDO of his own digital consulting company, and board member of Virtue Co., providing art programs for underserved youth in South Florida and Latin America. With degrees in fields of cultural anthropology, healthcare, and business, his main research interests and publications are in cardiovascular, molecular biology, aging, social media, anthropology, online pedagogy, and innovation. Today, they'll be presenting on how to spice up your online courses, unleash the power of PlayPosit bulbs to build interactive, gamified mixed reality experiences in your asynchronous lessons. This session equips you to create immersive, engaging learning, detect the expensive setups and traditional approaches. Ditch the expensive setups and traditional approaches. Welcome, Aaron, Jenny, and Michael. Thank you so much for being here today.
No, thank you for having us. We look forward to presenting for you all today.
Fabulous. I'm going to hand it over to you all.
All right. Thank you very much. So today we have the privilege to present to you all the longest presentation name I think I've ever had the honor of ever presenting. And I will not even bother trying to read it. I think Aaron and I have had like tongue twister games trying to pronounce it, but we will be bridging the gap, so to speak, when it comes to gamifying your course using a lot of mixed reality and asynchronous approaches. Now, who are we? We were introduced, but just in case that was too many words, I am Jenny Lopez, an instructional design consultant here at FIU Online. And with me today, I have.
Hi, everyone. I'm Michael Wright, the Associate Director of Instructional Learning Technologies at FIU Online and a faculty fellow with our Honors College.
Hello, everybody. My name is Aaron Robles. I am also an instructional design consultant with FIU Online. And I think aside from just meeting the team, I think it's a better way for you all to get to know us if you get to know our university as well. And so with that, we are from Florida International University. We are in the top 10 of largest public universities in the US with about 56,000 students that we serve on a yearly basis, pretty much. My favorite thing about FIU is the fact that we are #1 in the nation to award degrees to Hispanic learners. So we are very big university and a very diverse one at that.
And with that, because we are such a big university, we also have a large team. So we are one of the universities that probably has one of the larger type of instructional design teams you may see, with over 1,000 instructors. We have over 180 team members just within FIU Online. So this is instructional designers, course developers, a media team, you name it. We're a large team here to deliver big results.
And those big results, fortunately, have followed that massive team, right? We right now are the #1 in the nation for Quality Matters certified courses. If you're unfamiliar with QM, it is a nationally quality online certification program development, and one that we are really, really proud to have kind of as a thread of our DNA. Everything we build to these standards. I regularly, our director regularly jokes that I love saying that our best practice is our only practice. And QM really is what we abide by when it comes with course design. And this work from the team has made and helped our university a lot as well. Currently, FIU is ranked #4 according to the Wall Street Journal for public universities, and top 25 for most innovative universities, along with some of our online programs in both nursing, hospitality, and even business.
All right. So now that you know a little bit about us, what are we going to talk about today? And with everything, that whenever there's how do I say this nicely? We're going to talk about problems. We're going to talk about the problem that precipitated this solution and, the type of challenges that maybe you might face that are similar to ours.
Yeah, and then we're going to go into something that we like to call at FIU Online, the Pinocchio problem, online learning's Pinocchio problem. And this is a disruptive paradigm that we regularly wrestle with, and one that I think you all might as well. And so we'll talk a little bit about it, what we've done, and how we've circumvented it. And as most good solutions in instructional design, these are informed by learning strategies, learning science, and pedagogy. We're going to introduce the 2 primary theories and strategies we used to create this incredible learning activity. And you may identify others, but we're going to talk a little bit about why we chose the ones we chose, and hopefully that'll help you all inform your decision making in trying to circumvent the Pinocchio problem as well.
Yeah, and after that, we'll also be talking about 2 of our favorite EdTech tools at FIU Online, PlayPosit and H5P. We're going to share a little bit about why we love them and why we chose to use them for this project that we're going to show you today. And we'll go through a little abridged walkthrough of how we built what we built for this presentation.
And then at the end, we'll leave you with the things we think are the most important to note. So these are the tips and tricks that we wish we would have known going into this project. All right. So let's begin where all designing begins or should begin. and that is with the problem. Now, our particular problem was so graciously brought to our attention by our rivals across the pond, the University of Central Florida, as well as some of our faculty, Michael. And we also noticed that students coming back from the pandemic were just absolutely wrecked. They were coming back to school feeling lost. These students didn't really know where they could find the resources. And this was also proven by the research brought to us by our friends across the pond. And then we had instructors who were honestly just so tired of telling students like, hey, it's in the syllabus. Did you read the syllabus? Because it's in there. And you're probably asking, well, Jenny, why is this my problem? And to that, I'd like to point out that, lots of us, and especially our students, came back from the pandemic still feeling the repercussions from lockdown. There were nearly like 2 years of isolation, and we've seen an increase of loneliness, not just amongst our employees, but again, like amongst students. We're seeing that there's a decrease in motivation and retention. There's also a lack of involvement in extracurricular activities. You don't see students really participating in anything across campus just because they're so used to that isolation. And we know from experience and research, and some of you, if you remember, all the all-stars in high school, that these students who engage in campus resources and in these different campus-wide communities in institutions like ours, they tend to perform far better. And if you don't believe me, well, here's some evidence. So in one of our courses, one of Michael's hybrid courses, we went ahead and implemented an H5P scavenger hunt. So this was the first iteration of this project that we're going to share with you today. And these students went around campus answering syllabus questions while also engaging with different campus resources. We noticed as they were going through the activity, answering these questions in each location, unlocking a code to then go to another location to unlock another code. As they completed the activity, they were enjoying themselves. They felt a sense of collaboration and community. We all in the field love to talk about how important it is to have the communities of practice and feeling like we belong. And this was really evident in this activity and what we saw amongst the students.
Now, I know that many of you are sitting here and you're like, oh my gosh, Michael, you all created this engaging scavenger hunt and used QR codes. It seems like students went to different spaces and places. We see them working together and racing, but they are doing this in a face-to-face course. We're here, and for many of us, we are approaching learning from the lens of asynchronous digital learning experiences. And for many of us, we're talking about online. And Aaron, Jenny, and I were actually at an online conference talking about this activity, the success, how we cracked the code when it came to syllabus quizzes. And the question that faculty kept coming up with, that the participants were saying, were like, hey, this sounds really cool and exciting, but how is this relevant to the online learning experience? And it was in kind of the reaction that we got from that conference, where we brushed up against, and we realized we had to articulate this out loud, against this problem, this paradigm, this conflict, that this is not the first time we brushed up against this. And we know you all might be doing this as well very regularly. And at FIU Online, we call this the Pinocchio problem, online learning's Pinocchio problem. We call it the Pinocchio problem because it seems like we're continuously trying to get online courses and people thinking about online learning to realize that this is a real course, and an online course is a real course. And it doesn't have to look like the face-to-face course to be a real course, right? Online learning is something distinct. And the two spaces, places, and areas where we engage with that conflict regularly is when we're working with our faculty, right? Our faculty, they engage the Pinocchio problem, or they're worrying about the Pinocchio problem when they think that, oh, in-person teaching is so perfect that all I have to do is put a video up in my online course, and now this is a real course because it looks just like my face-to-face course. Or they think, well, if this can't be done exactly the same way online, then the learning isn't happening. And then us as instructional designers, we're wrestling with the Pinocchio problem in online learning when we think of all the limitations that come along with budget constrictions, right? We know what simulations look like. We know that virtual reality might be a really good resolution, but it's too expensive. There's SMEs in other areas that we don't have access to, and especially when considering accessibility and synchronicity limitations. So the Pinocchio problem was something that our team really wrestled with. We saw the successful face-to-face, but now how do we get this trip to translate in the online space? And so kind of the phrase that comes up the most, the iconic like sentence that we heard that really triggered us to figure out to solve the Pinocchio problem was, this is great, but how do you translate? How do you make that jump? And I think the team has been really intentional about this, and we've asked ourselves this question enough times to realize that the solution has always been, we need to think about the learning science. In fact, the best way to design for an asynchronous version of anything is to consider what pedagogy made it successful synchronously. Because when we start with the learning science, when we look at what made it successful from the pedagogical aspect lens, we can then say, okay, that's fine. We see what these were. Now let's apply what that pedagogy looks like in the online space. And when we evaluated what made this scavenger hunt syllabus quiz so successful in the face-to-face in-person space, we realized it was primarily immersive learning and gamification that brought this activity the success, the impact, all of that, that we saw and that we loved. And in fact, we wanted to focus specifically on immersive learning and gamification, because how many of us have been to conferences, have had conversations, have read articles, have looked at YouTube videos, have heard keynotes, read books, and they keep on talking about the power and the transformation that immersive learning and gamification can give. But then when we want to apply that in our own spaces, we come up against those regular issues of money and lack of not skills and all those things. Fortunately, we found an opportunity where we could talk about immersive learning and gamification, and we had the tools to do just that. Now, I do want to add like one third step to this. Once you figured out the pedagogy, the next in online learning that makes it so easy is you pair the learning science with the best ed tech tool to leverage that strategy.
And so when it came to creating this asynchronous syllabus quiz, we looked at our suite of tools. We were trying to brainstorm what tool would be best to complete this project. And we came across PlayPosit and H5P. On their own, they would be incredible tools to be able to complete this syllabus quiz, right? With PlayPosit, with its interactive video features. H5P, you could essentially create these little games like crossword puzzles and drag the words, drag and drop activities with the course content. And so we wanted to merge them together to be able to create this activity where it's a tool that's familiar to our students. And in fact, you can see the numbers on the screen here just from fall 2023 to our current summer B semester. We have at least over 140 sections using both of these tools in FIU Online. And on top of that, within those courses that have PlayPosit and H5P, we're seeing close to or just about 8,000 students being impacted by PlayPosit and H5P just within this year alone. And so on top of PlayPosit and H5P, we decided to use a suite of tools and equipment to be able to complete the syllabus quiz. So aside from PlayPosit to house our videos, H5P to be able to create these additional activities, we use Canvas to house this as an assignment for Michael's course. On top of that, we used YouTube to be able to house the 360 videos that we created using the Insta360 tool with our 360 camera. And on the next slide, you're about to see, we use a tool called Avatar Cam that's available on iOS right now. I'm not sure if it's available on Android just yet, but we use that to be able to create an avatar for our narrative. And so with FIU Online, when creating these projects, we love to attach a story to it. And so with this, we wanted to create something that might be a little familiar to students, or at least be, the theme could be a little familiar to students. And so we decided to have an instructional designer speaking to the student completing this activity. So on the screen is our instructional designer, and he has found out that the course where the syllabus quiz is housed is glitching so significantly, like you see on the screen, that it's about to be wiped off of Canvas entirely. Now, as a fail-safe, the instructional designer and the professor have set up different access points across our FIU campus, where if a student goes to these specific access points and answers the questions that we have for them, they'll receive a piece of a passcode where they can essentially reset these access points that helps to reset the course and bring it back online so that the students can complete the course for the semester. And so we set that up using Avatar Cam, had a script up for that, set that up, and that ended up being the introduction to the syllabus quiz itself. Now, on top of the narrative, we know we had to choose locations for these access points. And so Michael had mentioned something to us before when we were starting to create the syllabus quiz about wanting to have these specific locations be significant to an everyday student at FIU, especially being some of these locations being campus resources for the student. And so with that, we wanted to highlight different locations like what's called our Graham Center, so like our central hub for our FIU students, our library, the gym, even the professor's office for office hours, things like that. So we specifically highlighted those sections as well. And then from there, we had the narrative, we had the introduction video, we chose our locations. We needed to go into the syllabus to find specific information to create these activities, to base the questions off of that the students had to answer. And so we all kind of brainstormed to look at Michael's syllabus and thought of some of the key components of the syllabus that students would normally have questions on, not just in Michael's course, but in any course that they would be having the syllabus quiz in. So we looked at things like you see on the screen, like office hours, late policy, required learning materials, course communication, things like that, that would be relevant to the everyday student. And then from there, we had the video, we had the introduction video, we had the locations, we had our questions, we needed to start putting the actual activity together. So we grabbed our 360 camera using that Insta360 tool and started to record our 360 videos. This was nothing that was high budget, multimedia team or anything like that that put this together. This was an instructional designer needing to get his steps in during the day, put a 360 camera in his book bag and walked around campus recording this 360 video. And so with that, we didn't just record going from point A to point B, going from like the library to the gym and then the gym to the office and things like that and called it a day. We really wanted to make this as immersive as possible. So you'll see a little bit like in the final product. We also wanted to create points where the students had options to choose which direction they went in during the activity. So on top of, let's say, me walking from the gym to the professor's office, within that point, there's an intersection within FIU's campus where you can choose to go left, you can choose to go right, or you can choose to go straight. And so on top of that, we recorded just a few seconds of going in these specific directions so that students had the option within the syllabus quiz itself, once they got to that interaction, to see, hey, do I want to go left? Do I want to go straight? Do I want to go right? Maybe one of these locations is a shortcut. And based on the option that they selected, the character on the screen would go in that direction. And if it was the wrong direction, pop-ups would appear that say, hey, I don't think this is the way to the professor's office, for example. Let's try a different way. And it would bring them back and they'd be able to choose a different direction to try to get to where they need to go next. And then once we had that, we went into H5P. We had our questions. And so we wanted to start creating these H5P activities to house within PlayPosit. And so the one that you're going to see on the screen right now is an image choice activity. And that essentially is just the student needs to select the correct image for the question that's being asked of them. And in this case, it was about course communication. They needed to select the correct logo for the communication tool that they're going to be using throughout the semester to communicate with each other and with their professor. And so once they went ahead and created all of the H5P activities, we were able to grab that embed code that H5P offers, go straight into PlayPosit and house it within different interaction groups in PlayPosit. So once they got to specific locations within FIU's campus in the activity, these H5P activities would pop up pertaining to whichever topic that we were testing them on for that specific location. They'd be able to answer the activity, and the feedback that was given to them both in the H5P activity and in PlayPosit was a piece of that passcode that they can hold on to, which at the end of the activity, they were able to put in the entire thing and complete the activity itself. And then once we had all these individual components, it was all about just putting the final product together. And so as you see on the screen, this is the entire asynchronous syllabus quiz put together. It's within PlayPosit. The student would be able to move the 360 camera as you're seeing on the screen as the character walks up here. They'll be able to experience all of FIU's campus just like you would if you were physically on campus. And then once they would get to certain areas of the campus, I believe this video should show it, but as they get to specific locations, significant and key information of different FIU campus resources would pop up that explains what this building's for, what departments are housed in it. If you have any questions, you can reach out to the specific departments through email, through phone number, and all of their information is popped up there. So not only are the students recalling information and getting a good understanding of the syllabus itself, they're also getting additional information about these campus resources should they ever need to access them in the future. And so I believe once it comes up to the Welcome to FIU door here, the campus information should pop up for this specific location. I think doing this activity, I burned like the most calories I've ever burned in my life. But yeah, once you see that the character walks into the what's called the SAS building, the Student Academic Success Center, all the information of all the departments that are located within that building pop up on the left side of the screen. Just in case they wanted to copy any information, they can pause the video and take down any information that they might need in the future. And then once they get to that specific access point, the first question starts to pop up. They can answer the question. This one specifically was about the grading policy within the course. Once they got everything right, they would get that first piece of the passcode. So in this case, it was the letter P. They go into the PlayPosit fill in the blank, they'll fill that in, they click continue, and then once they've done that, they're getting a call from the instructional designer from the introduction video that's giving them clues as to the next part of this syllabus quiz. And so this one essentially is telling them great work on the first activity. It looks like there's a bunch more that we still need to tackle. Here's where you should go next to find the next access point. And then it'll guide the student to the next location. And as you see here, as the character is walking outside of the Success Center, there'll be an intersection that pops up right here, and the student has the option to choose which direction they'd like to go to. In this case, they're going to be going to our bookstore, which is on the right-hand side, and you'll see that the student will mark that as the correct answer and keep on going to the next. So then you see here, should we go left, right, or straight? In this case, they chose to go right. And then the character would just continue moving forward and going into the bookstore. And so the entire syllabus quiz was a rinse and repeat of this. The character would go to all of the locations within the campus that we had put the different access points in. They would make their way to these locations, choosing different directions to go to for in these intersections, accessing these access points, completing the activities, receiving these to the passcode, and at the very end, put in the entire passcode, and then they'd be able to complete the activity, and their syllabus quiz is complete.
I wanted to highlight what students said here, but before I do that, I just have to brag about my team really quick. Aaron was on his way to his honeymoon before I gave him this charge, and Aaron and Jenny got this together in 3 days. Is that how long the first one took?
Yeah, it was about 3 days.
3 days. They created this mixed reality PlayPosit, YouTube, H5P, Smorg. I mean, it was incredible. And that is both a testament to how excellent these two are, but also to how PlayPosit is so intuitive that if you've got a great idea, using PlayPosit's native features, just you fall into something that is incredible, brilliant, and affable. And I mean, I think here's where we see what our students said. Now, we asked a ton of questions to them. We surveyed them. A different version of the syllabus quiz has now run 3 times in 3 separate sections. And students not only enjoy this, but something that's really important, I think, from what I do as a professor and what instructional designers create is, do my students feel confident in the things that we have built to prepare them? Do they feel like they know the material, right? Do they feel like they can tackle this? And I really liked, we had a couple of questions, but I pulled this one out. There were no disagrees, no neither. Every student who completed the syllabus quiz and did this survey, which was the entire class, said they either strongly agree or agreed that they feel prepared for this course after taking that syllabus quiz.
I'm here clapping. That's great news to hear, and we're so happy that we did a good job. Because I know as instructional designers, whenever we create something, we really hope that it's going to work for the faculty, and we don't have to go back to the drawing board. And speaking of drawing board, there are a few things that we promise that you should keep in mind when you're creating this type of PlayPosit activity. Now, we noticed when we were building this that there were some limitations when we were trying to build our interactions with PlayPosit. After I think we hit like the 20-25 mark, Aaron came up to me. He's like, Jenny, are you getting this error message? And we figured out that it wasn't necessarily PlayPosit's fault. Maybe it's the 360 video. With a 360 video, I don't know if you've noticed, they don't really play on a lot of tools. So we are lucky that it does work within PlayPosit, but it does take a lot out of any tool that it's on. So one thing to keep in mind is that when you are working on interactions, sometimes they might glitch. And if they do, make sure you have like the proper instructions and you've tested it out a few times so that your students don't run into those issues. I think, and Aaron, you can correct me if I'm wrong, we have like what, over 90 interactions in this one?
Yeah, we knew that after 25 we were going to see delays because we hit like the 90 mark on this.
Yeah. Another thing to keep in mind is when you're shooting with a 360 camera, shoot with a focal point in mind. I'm not sure if you noticed in the video, I think Aaron had like the 360 camera in his backpack. So we had a focal point. And this is really important when you're trying to film in 360, just for those students who are a little bit dizzy and just for accessibility issues. You want to make sure that there's a focal point when you are recording in 360. Should anything go wrong, should the video freeze, at least those students have that focal point to keep navigating the activity. And then when you are going to interact or include syllabus standards into the course, make sure to focus on what's really important and what students really need to know in order to make sure that you're able to manage this, especially if you're going to copy this into multiple sections. You usually see that you're going to have the same important areas in most courses. So this is just easy to replicate if you're focusing on very specific sections, especially the ones that are the most important. And one thing that we wanted to make sure to let you all know is that when you're considering something like this, the narrative is so incredibly important. And what we mean by narrative is like, what is the story and what is the storyboard of the entire activity? If you don't storyboard before you create something like this, especially something that is so heavily story based, you're going to find that you're going to go back and continue to edit constantly as you go through and try to fix little issues as you start creating. And then, and if you are storyboarding, so for an activity like this, Aaron and I did this in 3 days, but that's because we already knew what we wanted. So I want to say that mentally we storyboarded this like a month in advance, but really, and because we all play video games, we have a background with game design. We already had inspiration already when Michael approached us with this. We're like, oh, I know just the video game to rip off. But just kidding. But that's just one thing to keep in mind. We were able to do it in 3 days. I would say, take a week if you want to storyboard, just to be safe. And then finally, if you're going to record when school is out. I'm not sure if you noticed, there were some students on campus, but with a campus as big as ours and as busy as ours, we would not have been able to film and to film the actual 360 video had there been a lot of traffic. And that's about it. I think Aaron lost internet access.
I think we lost Aaron. Yeah.
We lost Aaron. Aaron is currently recovering from an injury. at home, so hopefully he's fine. But do we have any questions?
Thank you guys so much, FIU team. This is so, it looks like is a highly effective and engaging approach for your course. We really appreciate your presentation and learning about your innovative and gamified approach to the Pinocchio problem, as you say. It looks like there was one question from Sarah. So maybe we can take just a minute to answer. Did you use branching to offer the choices? And if so, how do you prevent students from jumping ahead to other interactions? If not, how do you offer the options for directions?
Yeah. So Sarah, I answered this in a comment right after, or I tried to. One of, I think, the most incredible, sneaky, but phenomenal features of PlayPosit that there's no way it gets enough love and attention is the jump feature. It makes PlayPosit so much more than just a video overlay assessment tool. It makes this an adaptive learning tool, and arguably the best one that I've had the ability to work with and to see kind of products be made. And so what we did for that is we created that question and gave it a jump feature, but we made the question required. So if you choose the incorrect question, it will play, and then at the end of that video, it jumps you back to make the correct selection at that spot. So students can skip. We put that limitation at the beginning with the PlayPosit bulb as one of its kind of like base features. They could speed up, but they couldn't fast forward. And that way we've had, we kind of locked students into that. And I want you all to know we were worried about students kind of like just sharing the code and skipping through everything. Aaron and I meticulously went in and checked day after day when these bulbs launched to watch students like time and look at the monitor. We found no evidence of academic misconduct with this bulb. I think at the end, students, they just wanted to do this VR kind of assignment. There's a question from Cynthia. I don't know if we have enough time to answer that one too, or.
I wonder if you guys could pop it into the chat. If you hop back in on a attendee link, that would be wonderful, so we can make sure we have enough time for our next session. Thank you guys so much. This is really fantastic.
Yeah,
of course. And then just quickly, if any of you want the slides, there is a QR code here, but I'm sure we can share it with you all afterwards if you'd like.
Wonderful. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone. Thank you for the invite.
Thank you. All right. And next up on PlayPosit Exchange, we'll be joined by Wendy Velez Torres, Senior Instructional and Digital Accessibility Specialist, and Dr. Darlene Brothers-Gray, Coordinator and Assistant Professor of Forensic Investigations in the Criminal Justice Department at Coppin State University. We're just going to take a couple-minute break so that we make sure that we're sticking to our schedule as much as possible. So we'll be back in just a couple minutes. All right, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back, everyone. In our next session, we'll be joined by Wendy Velez-Torres and Dr. Brothers Gray from Coppin State University. Wendy has been teaching for over 23 years and has a BA in special education and a Master's of Educational Leadership in Instructional Technology. She has taught at all levels from kindergarten to higher ed, and she's currently the Senior Instructional and Digital Accessibility Specialist and Adjunct Instructor for Coppin State University. She is also a doctorate student at Frostburg State University, and Wendy teaches for the College of Business and the College of Behavioral Sciences. She has given numerous professional workshops for Roland Park County School, as well as the St. Francis of Assisi School, the Digital Harbor School, Coppin State University, the University of Maryland, the Online Learning Consortium, and multiple professional organizations. In 2014, she was selected to appear in the Latino American Who's Who Volume 4, and this edition will appear in the Library of Congress in Washington, D.C., corporate and academic libraries nationally. Welcome, Wendy. And Dr. Darlene Brothers Gray serves as Coordinator Assistant Professor for Forensic Investigations in the Criminal Justice Department. Dr. Brothers Gray earned her PhD in Criminal Justice from Capella University in 2020, an MS in Forensic DNA in Serology from the University of Florida, and an MS in Forensic Investigations from National University. She previously served as the coordinator for the Forensic Service Program at Gulf Coast State College, a crime scene investigator with the Atlanta Police Department, and a fingerprint identification technician with the Atlanta Police Department. Research interests focus on untested sexual assault kits, crime scene investigations, and fingerprints. Her work is displayed on episode in the first 48. Together, they're going to be presenting on virtual reality, which holds a great promise and potential in higher education. Discover how Coppin State University used virtual reality to transform forensic courses, offering diverse engagement opportunities and leading to a digital assessment with PlayPosit. Welcome, Wendy and Dr. Darlene Brothers Gray.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. I'm going to go ahead and get myself off camera just because I have a bad tendency to speak with my hands. I'm going to go ahead and put the link for our presentation in the chat, and then we'll go from that. Put that in the comments section here. All righty. So I'm going to talk to you briefly about our VR program, how we utilize that at Coppin, and then how we use that with our students. So on campus, we do have a virtual reality lab where students, faculty, and staff could come in and engage with virtual reality. So we, Dr. Brothers, are you on?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'm getting some feedback from you there. So, okay. So anyway, so we had our VR lab is on campus, and so what students and faculty and students can do is that they can come into our VR space and engage with an immersive technology. And we wanted to do it in such a way that students saw it as more than just gaming. We tend to think of VR as gaming, but it has a lot of academic benefits as well. And so the process for going into our VR lab is pretty simple. They faculty, students, or staff groups will fill out an online form, basically stating, "Hey, I'm kind of interested in exploring VR, and this is the kind of content I'm looking for. Do you have anything for that?" Then me and my team will look at that information. We will see if there's any content available, and then we would then contact the faculty member or the staff member or the student group and let them know, yes, we have content, and we would have them come into the VR space and actually participate and look at that information and see if it would be appropriate for their group. And then if that group decides, yes, I like this, I want to use this, then we would actually set up a time for the people to come into the VR lab and experience the virtual reality experience. And then we're there to provide, make sure that the technology is working and that everyone is safe, but the faculty member or the student group or the student leader or the staff leaders are the ones driving the content. Some things that we did have to consider when we did this was the fact that with virtual reality, it is a very visual component. When you think of virtual reality, you think of things with viewing with your eyes. And so we had to consider the fact that there are over 1 billion people in the world with disabilities. And so we wanted to make sure that the experience we have in the VR lab is as accessible as possible. For our particular VR space, we provide different ways for our students to engage with the content. We have ways that students can engage with it fully immersed, meaning that they have the headsets on their face, that they are completely immersed and can't see anything else but what's inside those glasses. We have it where they can just engage with their phone. We have it again where they can just engage with the computer system. And then we also make sure that captions are available for every single VR aspect that we have available for our faculty and student groups. And then we also provide transcripts and audio description upon request. So we have had where we had an event for a sexual awareness month where they were doing VR. And so because of the content, that's a very triggering subject matter, we actually provided trigger warnings for our students, and we also provided transcripts of the actual content so they could view it before they engaged with to make sure that this was something that they wanted to bring into their space. And we also provided audio description via YouDescribe, which is a free program where you can describe YouTube videos, and then it's just a link the students gets via mic. And then that's provided. And we also, so when I've done this, we've done it with YouDescribe, Web Captioner, and Podcast Editor. So I gave you guys a link to the presentation. So all of those tools are also hyperlinked within this book if you want to explore them further. But we do provide that upon request for our students because of the nature of the matter.
Okay, so why virtual reality for forensics? As previously mentioned in the introduction, in a previous lifetime, I was a crime scene investigator with a major police department. Even though we have a crime scene room at Coppin, I felt as though I was limited in the mock crime scenes that I was able to create. It was expensive and very time consuming. So VR gives the ability to recreate these elaborate crime scene scenarios that I was not able to do so. So with virtual reality and forensics, I met with Wendy and I told her that I was interested in using VR, but I wanted to add some sort of assessment. And so she suggested PlayPosit. We looked at different scenarios to see what was available. We started with something easy, then progressed to more difficult. We use various technologies, including 360 YouTube videos, online content, fully immersed with headsets, and VR apps on mobile devices. The students did group projects where one student was in the headset and the other student filled out the report.
And so we started off pretty easy with them. So on this page, we have some examples of some of the items that we did. So for example, this was a thing link. So this is just a website that students can go in and go into an interactive website and participate that way. And they can go to the different crime scenes. And so we started them off easy where they had things like this. And then they got progressively harder with the concept. So we had some really deep crime scenes. And so we had it in different ways for students to engage with it. So for example, that thing link that was available via browser. So anybody could engage with it with the headsets. They could use their phones, they could use a computer. And they can engage with it with keyboard and also mouse access to give them a little bit more variety, because we always have some students that don't want the glasses for whatever reason, but we wanted to make sure that they were able to get the content, even if they weren't fully inside the headsets. And so we have been doing this for several years, and Dr. Brothers Gray wanted to have an assessment that they could do to kind of talk about this VR experience. They've been coming into the lab regularly, but she wanted to have an assessment to see, did this matter? Did this make a difference? And we decided to go with PlayPosit because videos are very powerful for our students. 3 to 4 minute videos, about a 500-word essay. It just tends to engage our students more. But with any video, it's a passive activity. You're watching the video, you're not engaging with it. Maybe there are questions that someone asks at the end. But with PlayPosit, it makes it interactive. Students can engage and stop. They have to pay attention. They have to fast forward or rewind to get to the different elements. So I talked to Dr. Brothers Gray, and we came up with an idea of making the final capstone PlayPosit playlist. And so there's several benefits for PlayPosit. One of the many is that it's available on any internet-enabled device. It's also an EdTech device that is actually accessible, meaning that it works very well with assistive technology, so anybody can engage with it. And that's very important, particularly in our field, because we want to make sure that all our students are able to engage with all the content. So this is our digital capstone.
Okay, so with the digital capstone, I wanted the capstone to be an assessment with VR and to have PlayPosit implemented with the PlayPosit lists. Using PlayPosit's playlist feature, we use 360 videos, online videos, 360 crime scene, and Microsoft Forms. The digital capstone was utilized for undergraduate and graduate crime scene investigation courses. Inclusion of the capstone was in the LMS, which was for easy access.
And so I just want to give you a brief view of what our capstone was. We did this with both our graduate and undergraduate students. So the graduates and undergraduates both had the same content, but they had different questions based on the level of their understanding and what they were learning in class. So obviously the graduate classes had more in-depth questions. So what we did, this is the view of the graduate capstone. So in this case, the students had a link. It told them that they're going to have some interactive videos within this playlist that they had to complete. And then this was their overall capstone. So the very first activity is just a video bulb. It's just a regular video. It's not a 360 video. It's just a regular video with questions embedded about processing a crime scene. However, students had to go through that and answer the questions based on their understanding. And then they were able to move on to the next item. Again, all within the same context of this one playlist, this one link. The next item that they had is actually a mock crime scene. So there's actually a body in there, and on there, and it's 360. So the very first thing that the students were tasked with, they have an instruction that says basically watch this video, take note of the things of this. And so Dr. Brothers Gray asked them, like, what kind of measurements would they make? What kind of photographs would they make? And so they're supposed to be looking at this crime scene and taking these notes, because that's the information that they're going to put at the end of the video. And Dr. Brothers Gray specifically tells them that the questions are at the end of the video, but she tells them exactly what the questions are so they know what they're looking for. After that, we did have a 360 video in here. So in this case, we had a 360 Jodi Arias video. So this is a VR 360 video where students had to go in. The very first instructions were basically letting them know, hey, I need you to look at this crime scene. And this was a crime scene the students had seen before. They see the crime scene, and she wanted them to take note of all the evidence, because she then has a different video in the same bulb, so part of the same video lesson, where it actually talks about Jodi Arias' version of events. And so they had to match the evidence with with her testimony. Did it match? They actually had a video of the actual pictures of the actual evidence that they found from the crime scene, and students had to actually engage with that. And so the students went through this. This is a 360 video that they could pause, and they had some question points between there. At the end, we had one more VR experience for our students, where they are actually in a 360 video, and they had to find different parts of the crime scene. And the questions that are on the screen are the questions that our graduate students had. So our undergrads had different questions. And because Dr. Brothers Gray wanted it to completely be digital, we did this on Microsoft Forms. However, you could do this with Google Forms, both accessible platforms that you could use. And so the hyperlink in here actually will ask you to sign into Copin, because that's how we had our students sign in, so we knew it was them. However, you can make this as an anonymous form, and the students would go in there, and then the students would go into this crime scene, and they would engage with the questions in there.
So the results of the undergraduate class indicated that 58.2% received A's on this final capstone, 10% received B's, 10% received C's, and then 5% did not complete the assignment. The results of the graduate class indicated that students passed with A's and B's. So key takeaways from this capstone are that there is a strong performance indicated by the high percentage of A's achieved on the capstone. The low non-completion rates highlight overall participation and completion of the assignment. The balanced distribution across the grades reflects fair assessment and engagement from the students. And then the final key takeaway is there is an exceptional performance of graduate students underscores the effectiveness of the VR integration. So for implications, there were 3 major implications from using the VR and the PlayPosit. Number 1, it demonstrates the effectiveness of VR integration in enhancing student learning and comprehension. 2, it validates the use of digital assessments such as PlayPosit in measuring students' understanding and critical thinking skills. And then the third one is it encourages further exploration and adoption of VR technology in higher education settings.
So what if you don't have a VR lab, or you just have limited funds and you're not able to have actual virtual reality equipment like we had? We had a full lab on campus, but what if you don't have that? You could still do this, because online there is a lot of free VR content available, YouTube 360 videos, and there's a lot of VR content already available online. And so you could utilize the PlayPosit playlist by putting all those elements in that one link. And the beauty of that is it's one link. The students can go to each activity as they do that, and they don't have to complete each activity in one setting. They can do one lesson, come back, but it keeps track of when they were in and the results, and it's completely digital. And so we have a link on this particular presentation to various VR content. So this is just a view of some of the crime scene stuff that we use that was freely available online, and you can also create your own, which is something that we are trying to explore moving forward. The students really appreciated this. They really liked the experience. They want more VR of it. And so Dr. Brothers Gray actually wants to create more PlayPosit playlists for her students. And we also want to also engage more with You Describe, that program we talked about, where it allows you to do audio description. We want to actually have the students create audio descriptions of VR crime scenes to make sure that they are describing the evidence correctly. And it serves 2 purposes. A, are they pay attention to the details that they would have to pay attention to in a crime scene? But B, it also provides us with an accessible format. Should we have a student who is visually impaired and needs audio description, the audio description is already provided, because it's just a link that the students would get to. And with that, do we have any questions? Here I am again.
There she is. Thank you both so much. We appreciate your presentation and learning how you use VR to make engaging assessments for forensic courses that are highly accessible. I am only saying, oh, you've already got the question, Wendy. You're on it. I think that's it. Thank you both so much. We'll let you go ahead and step off the stage.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And next up on the PlayPosit Exchange, we'll be joined by Elise Ramirez, leading learning experience designer and the University of Texas at San Antonio. Before we welcome Elise on stage, feel free to take a break or stick around for a couple rounds of trivia and your chance to win some PlayPosit swag.
All right, and we are back with one more trivia for all of you guys. So I hope you guys are getting excited for that. It's going to be a little shorter this time, but we'll still have two questions to be answered. So make sure you get your thumbs ready for the keyboard because it's going to go fast. Yeah, May, make sure you're ready to answer. But unfortunately, we won't be able to give you a prize this time since you pretty much took every single prize yesterday. But feel free to definitely participate if you would like to, for sure. All right, so is everyone ready? Is everyone ready? We're gonna start with the first question. So please, please, please. Yeah, Nate, you're the winner at trivia. We all know that. Nate is the winner at trivia. All right, so for the first question, we do have here, which band sang Hold On in 1990? Which band sang Hold On in 1990? It looks like we have a winner. Katie Street Wilson Phillips is the correct answer. So thanks, Katie. I'm going to go ahead and put your name down here so we can make sure we send over prizes for you. So thanks again for participating. And now to the next question. Is everyone ready for the next question? I wish we had some kind of noise or drums. All right, for the second question. This one is going to be a easy one, so make sure you're on the keyboard. What animal did Britney Spears famously carry on her shoulders during a performance? Thanks, Cynthia, for that. Thanks, Scott. So, what animal did Britney Spears famously carry on her shoulders during a performance? There you go. We have a winner. It looks like the first person, Jen Ovando. It is. That's the correct answer. Britney Spears carried that big yellow snake that famously has carried through the years. So, a new winner. Let me make sure we have your name down so we can. So, Jen Ovando. So that is all for this session of trivia. We'll be having one last session in a few hours. But up next, we're going to be having Elise Ramirez with an amazing presentation. So let's give it up for Elise Ramirez.
Welcome back, everybody, to our next session. Elise Ramirez is a lead learning experience designer in the Office of Teaching, Learning, and Digital Transformation at the University of Texas at San Antonio. With 10 years of experience in education, including as a high school computer technology teacher, is currently enrolled in the Instructional Systems Design and Technology doctoral program at Sam Houston State University. She is researching the impact of faculty and student preferences in active learning classroom spaces. Elise is dedicated to assisting faculty in designing high-quality, accessible online courses and innovating the field of online education. She has led several initiatives at UTSA, including the development of online courses and programs, faculty professional development, and the Classrooms Plus program to enhance future-focused classrooms and pedagogical methods. Elisa's session today will focus on a specific configuration of PlayPosit functionality. Escape rooms have become a popular way to engage learners, fostering critical thinking, collaboration, and problem-solving skills. In this session, we'll explore how PlayPosit, a powerful interactive video platform, can transform traditional learning experiences into captivating digital escape rooms. Get ready to unlock the potential of gamified learning with PlayPosit, and welcome, Elise.
Hello, everyone. So excited to be here. I just want to say welcome to Unlocking Learning Adventures, Escape Room powered by PlayPosit. I'm thrilled to have you join me today. So before we get started, I do, again, want to just briefly introduce myself again. My name is Elise Ramirez. I'm a lead learning experience designer with Teaching, Learning, Digital Transformation under Academic Innovation at the University of Texas at San Antonio. So during today's presentation, we will be discussing digital escape rooms, their educational benefits, and how PlayPosit can be used to create an interactive and dynamic learning experience. So first off, what is a digital escape room? So a digital escape room are virtual simulations of physical escape room spaces, but they're designed to promote critical thinking, problem solving, and collaboration among learners and students alike. So what are the educational benefits when offering a digital escape room? Well, first off, it promotes active learning. So they require students to actively engage in problem solving and making more an active learning process. It also enhances engagement. So when you set up a digital escape room to be more like a game-like setup of these escape rooms, it makes those tough topics less intimidating and more engaging. This can increase engaging to lead to improved retention and understanding of the content that they're learning. It can also promote teamwork skills and collaboration. In some cases, some escape rooms require collaboration, fostering that teamwork and good communication skills. It also provides real-world skills, challenging students to practice real-world skills such as critical thinking, problem solving, and of course, perseverance. It also facilitates assessment. So instructors or teachers can use the escape rooms to assess student learning in a more dynamic and interactive way. Last but not least, one of my favorite benefits is, of course, it offers that flexibility. So instead of being in a room, stuck in a room and trying to find your way out, a digital escape room can be completed individually and providing that flexibility for more remote or independent learning. So we're going to talk about a little bit of the power of PlayPosit. And so with PlayPosit, PlayPosit is a powerful tool that allows us to create these digital escape rooms. It offers unique features such as interactive video elements, branching pathways, and analytics. Now, with these features, they align perfectly with the design of an escape room. For instance, we can use the interactive video elements to set up the narrative of the escape room, the branching pathways to different routes based on the learner experience and their responses, and of course, analytics to track their progress. Other unique features that make this tool very unique for digital escape rooms is, of course, the feedback provided. depending on the answer that the students select, you can provide feedback for the student or even hidden clues to get them to go to the next pathway or the next destination. You can also allow them to do the retakes, bulb retakes. If they get the answer wrong or even a question or just the entire escape room wrong, you can give them a chance to go back and do it again. Maybe they learned something and they need to go back and redo it. And then, of course, you can provide that minimum completion score that they must complete in order for them to actually complete the entire escape room to be considered that they escaped. So we're going to talk about designing your escape room. We'll take a look at some of the elements when designing an escape room. And of course, for me, working with our instructors on a process of how we were able to design some of the escape rooms that you'll see here today. So why PlayPosit for a digital escape room? Well, while I was working with one of my instructors, she's a geology instructor. She taught a course called The Third Planet, and it had over 400 students online. One of the biggest things that we had, that she had mentioned to me that was an issue was that she noticed that students weren't, properly retaining the content and information, especially when it came to exams. So one of the things that she wanted to implement was an escape room for the exam reviews. And so we built 4 escape rooms specifically for her course. Now, when we were trying to figure out what tools to use, PlayPosit came to mind because one of the biggest things is their interactivity and engagement. We can create those interactive video lessons and also gamify the course in such a way that the students will be motivated to complete and escape whatever scene that they were or whatever room they were in. It also provided formative assessment and immediate feedback to the student. Because it was an exam review based on the answers that they selected, it would provide them feedback on the answer that they selected, as well as a clue if they got it right, or some additional information for them to read up on in order to answer the question correctly. It also has that customization and flexibility to customize different pathways with the branching feature. And then, of course, we can include a variety of content, such as, the third-party apps and even any type of video content. And then we can design it however we would like. One of our other instructors that we worked with, she is actually one of our power users for math. She actually used it for collaborative learning, group work. And so students had to work collaboratively on how to escape a digital escape room by solving math problems, depending on the situation that they were in. And then, of course, the data and analytics and tracking allowed us to improve the escape room based on the answers that selected. It showed us what questions they were getting right and wrong, the content, so we can go back in and modify it so that way the students can get more of an experience when they're going through those exam reviews. And last but not least, of course, the creativity and innovation that PlayPosit has to offer. Like I said, it offered us a lot of flexibility and a lot of creativity because we wanted it to relate to what they were learning, especially in the geology course. One of the first escape rooms that we designed was actually where they were stuck in a cave and they had to, get out of a cave, answer these questions about rock formations and different types of rocks, and in order for them to escape out of that cave. So when you are creating a digital escape room, there are 5 things you want to remember while you're designing. First, you want to identify the use case. There are several use cases that you can do when creating those digital escape rooms. You can use it to reinforce content. You can also use it for assessing the knowledge or even fostering that collaboration or teamwork amongst the students. Once you identify the use case of how you want to use the escape room, you want to create those learning objectives. Don't just create an escape room because it's fun. What is the objectives that you want your students to be able to accomplish after they complete those the escape rooms or even the questions within the room? Next is craft engaging video content. Set the scene and include the challenge. One of the biggest things when working with the instructors is, like I said, we try to make it relatable to what they're learning. So in one of the escape rooms, I had the instructor introduce themselves, set the scene, and kind of like a storytelling. Get them excited of what they're about to do, especially since they were locked in the cave or like they got lost in a cave. She kind of set that scene for them about what they were doing and what they're going to be able to do as they were going through each of the scenes in that room. Some of the tools that I would suggest to use, and actually some of our designers have used when creating these escape rooms, are PowerPoint to set the scene, Google Slides, and even Adobe Express presentations. So once you craft that engaging video content and you have it all put together, you want to begin by start adding questions, puzzles, or even challenges. But also remember that you want to add those hidden clues in the feedback in order for them to go into the next challenge or the next puzzle for them to escape. And last but not least, think about the branching pathways that you want to incorporate based on the selection or the learner response. Now, we like to use the jumps, but you can also create the escape room to be more singular, where they can't move on to the next question until they answer the first question correctly. So you don't necessarily have to do jumps, but it can be more of a singular process for your first one. So we're going to take a look at some examples of the escape rooms that we designed here at UTSA. The first one is the geology course. So the instructor, like I said, set the scene, but that they were stuck in a cave. And so they had to go into the cave. They were looking at rock formations, but they got lost in the process on their tour. So the instructor set the scene for them to go and search different artifacts, answer questions in order to gain a clue. And so once they click on a particular path that they wanted to choose from, it will either go to a dead end and then have them choose a different path. Then they are required to answer a couple of questions, and if they get it right, they are provided with feedback and a letter that they have to scramble in order to move on to the next room. In this particular escape room, there were 3 different rooms that they had to escape into. So after they answer the questions, they chose the rope to unscramble the letters, and then they would put the hidden letters in the answer. In this next escape room was the math instructor, and she did it on Squid Game. And so she would have the students participate as if they were playing the tug of war in Squid Games, and she would provide them with the scene, setting the scene for them of what's happening, and then she would have them work out a math problem related to that scene. And of course, they're working collaboratively in this particular course. And so once they choose their selection, they'll get to finish off the scene, and then they would ask them if they want to jump to another scene for this specific scene. Last but not least, this was designed by another lead learning experience designer with another math course in learning the numbering system around the world. So they provided clear instructions for the students of what they must do in order to complete this system. And so they start off on a path into this escape room, and throughout the escape room, they have to click on certain artifacts again in order to answer particular questions. So they choose a path, answer the question with the fill in the blank, and once they're done answering these questions, they have to do a challenge question in order for them to move on to the next location on the map. And if they get the challenge question correctly, it will also provide them with a clue or a letter that they have to use in the last challenge question of the map. So those are a couple of our escape rooms that we've designed here at UTSA. There are a lot more, but these are the ones that I just would like to highlight. Like I said, it can be very singular, or you can do those jumping pathways to where if students get the question correctly, it will jump them to a next part of the video, either a dead end or giving them another question or clue that they have to solve. So other considerations that you want to think about when you're creating these engaging escape rooms is to maintain the suspense. So provide a variety of difficulty levels of challenges. So for example, in the geology course that I was just explaining, there were 3 different rooms that the students had to go through, or 3 different types of caves that they had to go through. And each time they went through a different room, the questions got a little bit harder for the students. And so you want to kind of keep that suspense and making sure to provide those difficulty levels of challenges. Also, pacing the challenges appropriately. You don't want to overwhelm the students with 5 questions under 1 artifact. That can kind of mess up the jumping if you're doing the jumps, or even the singular process. Kind of keep it simple, 1 or 2 questions, and make sure to set that scene for the students so they understand what they're doing. And then, of course, if you're providing those clues, make it for points. So that way, for example, the exam review, although it was kind of low stakes, it was still worth points that they can be added towards their final grade or even towards the exam. Also, you want to be able to have the students debrief and reflect on their experience. So after completion of the escape room, it's important to have that reflection on the experience. And this helps the students to think about their learning and identify areas of improvement, not only for themselves, but even for us on the topics that we're providing for them, if we need to make those adjustments to enhance their learning experience even more. And then last but not least, we also want to keep digital accessibility in mind. So providing those clear and concise language of instructions for the students on what they have to do in the escape rooms. Implement puzzles related to the screen readers, keyboard navigation, or other assistive tech. As you notice, we had buttons on the sides for them to choose their pathways, but PlayPosit also allows you to add those hotspots. So we could have added hotspots to those artifacts, but for us, we found it more easier and more accessible for our students to use the buttons on the sides for them to choose their pathways. Avoid relying on those colored cues. Maybe do some other visual cues if you want to get the students' attention on a particular element or artifact in the room. That's their next kind of destination or path that you want them to go to. Always use alternative text for images, caption videos, and audio that you incorporate in the digital escape room. With PlayPosit, the student has the option to turn it on or off, but always include those captions in your video and audio. And then, of course, a responsive design. Make it available for desktops, tablets, and even now, students are more available on their mobile device than anything else. And the good thing is that with PlayPosit, when creating these digital escape rooms, it's very responsive to a mobile device, and so students can actually complete the escape room on their mobile device or tablet. And so at this time, I can take any questions, if anybody has any questions at this time, to learn more about the escape rooms and utilizing PlayPosit.
Hi, Lise. Thank you so much for being here and for sharing your incredible story of the escape room. We do have one question. Can you share your escape room PlayPosit production workflow, worksheet, storyboard template? And maybe if you can't share that right now, we can hopefully get something in follow-up for attendees. But maybe you can speak to that just a little bit about your process there.
Yeah, like I said, I'll be able to share those resources with you in this presentation. I've already sent it over to PlayPosit, so I'll just go ahead and update the link with those resources. I do have like a map put together of some suggestions and resources that you can use as if you're just getting started in building these escape rooms. So when working with an instructor, one of the first things I like to do is, of course, like I said, we want to identify what we want to use the escape room for. In this case, she wanted to use it for exam reviews because the students were not doing so well in the exams. And what better way to get them motivated and retaining that information about the topics that they were learning than building an exam review and gamifying it with an escape room. And so when we were kind of storyboarding everything together, I asked her, okay, they're learning about rock formations. Where do you want the students to start off in? And she said, well, let's start them off in a cave. Why not a cave? And I was like, okay. So then we talked about different elements that they would take on a trip if they were going into a cave. I know here near San Antonio, we have the Natural Bridge Caverns. And so when we go on like an excursion like that, they have like a backpack, rope, and maybe a helmet with a flashlight, anything of that sort. So those were kind of the elements that we wanted to put around the cave for students to search through. And then the questions that she provided to me to include in those elements were the actual exam reviews that she had prior. And so we just went ahead and just added those questions. Now, the clues that we were leaving behind in the feedback was also, if you notice, another question with hidden letters that they had to unscramble. Now, we didn't want to do hard long letter answers. We wanted to kind of make it short answers, 6, maybe 7 letters. So that way students don't have a hard time if they need to unscramble those letters. But we did provide them the hint that the answer was going to be how many letters to fill in the blank. But that was my experience in working with that instructor. We've also worked with a math instructor who wanted them to work collaboratively. That's one of the, core standards in their department, was that they have to establish that teamwork amongst each other, amongst the students. And so when working with that instructor, she actually has them do it in person and also online for her online students who are learning math. And she has them record their sessions of doing the math problems and going through the escape rooms. And I wish I had the audio from one of her classes, because the students in the online class, they were just very competitive and just, no, you're doing it wrong. That's the wrong answer. And just hearing that feedback, like it just brings us joy that they're enjoying it. They're having fun while learning. And that's the whole point. Like, you want them to have fun, but also, be able to retain that information. And so with that instructor, she wanted to actually do it more theme-based, like I said, like Squid Games. I think she even did like for Halloween, she does like a Saw escape room, like a scary escape room. One of the things though, when designing these escape rooms, and this actually when I first designed my first escape room, and it was actually with that geology course, is there was one feedback, and it wasn't bad at all. But there's one feedback that I'll always remember that has always stuck with me. And every time I'm doing something like this, building an escape room or building any instructional artifacts, I have to think about this. We actually got a feedback from one of the students who went through the cave escape room. In the first iteration of the cave escape room, we didn't have cave beetles. We had spiders. And one of the dead ends was actually a big old spider would jump out and say, stop, like dead end. Well, we didn't know this, but there was a student who was very afraid of spiders. And so we had to go back and replace it with the cave beetle. And I'll always remember that, because when we're designing these escape rooms, we have to think about those elements as well. Not to put anything, that might frighten the students or they're uncomfortable with. And so having that feedback really helped us to really, really quick think on our feet and replace those elements with something that's, again, more relatable to what the scene was, which was them being stuck in a cave.
I love the amount of intentionality that you have there with what you're creating for learners. And it definitely, I'm sure, pays off, making an engaging and highly accountable learning experience for the students that they actually want to participate in. So yeah. I've loved watching your escape room journey. And I also love how you mentioned the use of the data and analytics to continue improving the experience and the feedback from the students, right? To be able to then create an even better escape room experience for more students.
Yeah.
We do have one more question in the chat that I do believe that we have time for. How many escape rooms per semester have you done, or how many have you seen typically be utilized across a course set?
For a course, like I said, for the geology instructor, we did four exams for the semester, so 4 exam reviews, so 4 different escape rooms. We've also had other designers who've done maybe 3. Currently, our other lead experience designer is actually teaching her instructor to build it herself. So she built the first one, and then now she's walking through with the instructor of how she did it, so the instructor can get an idea and build the escape room herself. And so typically in a course, we usually see maybe about 3 or 4 escape rooms, based on if they're comfortable with it. If they just want to do one just to see how students react to it, especially if it's their first time, we always recommend just doing one. And if the students do like it, then we can always add more later.
That is a great answer, and thank you so much, Elise, for being willing to share that information. One more thing that I'd like to share with our audience is that digital escape rooms are actually a workflow and configuration that we have a knowledge-based article to support. And so we're going to go ahead and drop in the chat a link to our knowledge-based article that shows you the workflow that we recommend, or features that we recommend. Like Elise mentioned, the use of the minimum completion score. So being able to have learners retake the digital escape room and not have gradebook passback occur until a certain minimum score is complete. Also building in those hints with the feedback tool that you can actually auto-generate. A couple of those features that are key pieces of the digital escape room workflow are covered in that knowledge-based article, so check it out. It is in the chat. Elise, I just want to thank you so much again for being excited about escape rooms and helping instructors to create learning experiences that matter to students and are engaging and exciting. So thank you for being here today.
Yeah, of course. And if anybody else has any other questions that they would like to talk offline, please, let's connect. You can always reach me via email, and I believe they're supposed to send that out to you all, but you can reach me via email or connect with me via LinkedIn, and I'll be happy to connect with you and kind of talk about a process that will work for you at your institution and with your instructors. So I'm excited to see what you all are able to do with this. And like I said, please let me know if you have any questions.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Elise, for being here.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I don't know about you, but that got me really excited for seeing some new escape rooms that might be built in the future. Up next on the PlayPosit Exchange stage, we will be joined by Stuart Voitila, a lecturer of writing at San Diego State University. Before we will be hearing from Stuart, we will take a quick 10-minute break, and we will be back with you soon. Hi, everyone, and welcome back. We hope you grabbed a quick bite to eat or another cup of coffee. We are really excited for our next session. Next, we will be joined by Stuart Voitila, sorry, lecturer of writing at San Diego State University. Stuart is a lecturer of writing for screen, television, and stage at the School of Theater, Television, and Film at San Diego State University. I think I should have grabbed another cup of coffee. Since piloting the use of PlayPosit at SDSU in 2019, Stuart has designed and advised the creation of hundreds of PlayPosit bulbs, engaging thousands of SDSU students. He has consulted with faculty to enhance classroom engagement and active learning through PlayPosit, both in class and in research. In today's session, we will unlock the potential of 360 and immersive VR media to create engaging, non-linear experiential narratives in the classroom. You're going to join Stuart and learn how to use PlayPosit to provide clear linear directives within these immersive experiences. Stuart is going to help us to discover strategies to guide your students through complex spatial narratives, ensuring they stay focused and engaged. You're hopefully going to walk away elevating your teaching with innovative techniques to navigate and maximize the power of both linear and experiential narratives, leveraging your PlayPosit account. Please join me in welcoming Stuart Voitila to the PlayPosit Exchange stage.
Thank you. I want to first of all express my gratitude for providing this space. So my many thanks to PlayPosit and WeVideo. Many thanks to each and every one of you for attending, taking the time and the space to share with me, and also great thanks to the team at SDSU. There's a lot of people involved with what I'm going to share with you today, and so I, express that general gratitude to all of them, and that includes our instructional technology services, our course design institute, our empathy lens initiative, as we start working with these experiences. And so I want to consider is that my use of PlayPosit, and I think that you'll all agree with me, is in fact creating an experience for our students. And so we have to start defining, well, what is experiential narrative? So we'll get into that. So it can be simply just that curiosity or this building self-esteem that we know something from the basic PlayPosits that I was first playing with, I don't know, six years ago. And in which case we're just using a multiple choice. It could be more detailed, more elaborate engagement, in which my students are going to have what I was doing in my 160 Intro to Cinema class, in which case we've watched Citizen Kane, and then here I craft a 4-minute sequence, and they're actually going to go into more active engagement, more active learning, and they're going to take techniques, technologies, systems of analysis like mise-en-scène or cinematography or narrative, and actually start really working through and getting a deeper dive or a closer look into a sequence of film. Then a lot of my work right now is in the research with faculty, and also in terms of crafting more immersive experiences, in which case we're actually having often a meeting setting. So here's an example of a 360 video. It's a meeting scenario, in which case then there's the challenge of, all right, how do we actually now, if needed, direct the narrative? And so it kind of reminds me of an experience that I had with a group of honor students a couple semesters ago, in which case they were building a 360 engagement with VR, MetaQuest, and they wanted to compare that immersive barrier reef experience in VR versus a traditional face-to-face synchronous lecture of identifying key species within this ecosystem. And one takeaway is, first of all, the excitement of being in the immersive You're surrounded 360 in this just fish all around you. But then there's also the being overwhelmed by, oh my gosh, it's just overstimulus. And it's almost like that feeling of, yeah, it's kind of like herding cats. How do you actually direct your students through this engagement that you want to build that engagement, maybe even building retention? And that's something else we can explore in terms of, yeah, are they now retaining that information um, in a more lasting way with it's in an immersive experience versus that traditional lecture face to face. So the meeting scenario is very much like that aquarium. You're all of a sudden you're being placed in the middle of a meeting. It could be 6 to 8 minutes. That's exploration. And in which case, how are you going to direct them? And there's, first of all, they're trying to get the gist of the meeting, and then they're also now trying to figure out, well, what is it you want us to be finding? What is it you want us to be observing? And I may be missing something that's behind me. So how am I going to get to that? And I'm giving you a hint of how I use PlayPosit here, the sense of just introducing a character, in which case I'm actually directing them to the point where they have to actually find that character with their 360 navigation. So here's another little element of technology we have to think about. And then they click through, and then they can go to the next part, and then they can see this. And again, this 360 is something that they have agency to be able to pivot anywhere they want to in this. So here are some of the challenges that you should consider, first of all. And we're going to focus primarily on these first two of these slides. I got 4 I'm going to share with you. Is engaging and guiding students effectively. There's the thrill, the excitement of being in an immersive experience, but also being aware that they can get overwhelmed, they can feel unfocused, in which case we have to actually help students to explore the intended story points and attain any learning objectives that you're baking into this scenario. And so here you're focusing on you, the instructor, is creating the immersive content that aligns with those learning objectives. How do I craft that meaning? How is that narrative? What is it that the dynamics of the characters, relationships, and so on? And then there's the adapting traditional teaching materials. Consider what material might be more effective in an experiential framework. And so even thinking, my guidance would be is thinking about subjects that in fact are repeatedly challenging to students. That may be course material you might want to play with in a 360 environment of VR, more immersive experience. Now, the other elements too is you have to think about, yeah, what are the resources we have? So you have to think about the technology you have. How do you use that technology? And also very important is thinking about accessibility. You don't want to create them with a VR experience or a 360 experience, making it so there's more barriers for students to equally have access to that learning experience. And so you have to think about also their ability to get to the equipment. And so the 360s I'm showing you are not actually, they can work within a VR environment, but they're designed for remote students to be able to go through these meeting scenarios with the 360 and be able to feel that sense of immersion, but it's going to be a 360 video, so it's a lot more accessible. Then finally, the assessment and feedback, getting assessment from the students in terms of how effective it is, as well as how are they providing their reflections within that. So there's that timely sense of, oh, what are we looking at? How am I sharing that? So it could be just a short answer to in a journal that's actually shared with the professor, or it could be group discussions. It could be polling that you're doing on the end. It could be focus groups you're working with in group discussion, just talking about how effective these experiences are. So let's look at then, first of all, distinguishing linear versus spatial storytelling. And I think in terms of just really basically it's time, temporal versus spatial and space. So linear, we think of linear, nonlinear story. We're thinking about often traditional film and television. It's going to be a chronological order or temporal logic for linear story. A nonlinear story is going to be something where we're actually playing with flashbacks and playing with time. But we're thinking traditional filmmaking, television stories, or even thinking in terms of our lectures we're capturing. It could be just from shot to shot, we're building the story, or from slide to slide in our lecture. Spatial, we're thinking about space. And so it's utilizing the physical space, the environment, creating then that environment for the audience to feel more immersed into that world. And it's now we're dealing into game and VR and so on. So spatial stories, so think about though, I mean, this is very important, is the spatial stories, you're creating them in a 360 environment, you're not going to have the power of the editing. We can do some editing, and I'll show you, but it's primarily you're capturing it in one take in a 360 environment, which is a challenge. And so, but it's also important in terms of how you're going to then craft that into the story that you want to develop. So I like the term experiential storytelling because now I'm dealing with time and space, not just a location, but there is a narrative. There is a actual meeting that is taking place. And so it's in an environment, I want to be in the meeting, I want to be able to observe the meeting, and I may actually want to experience that meeting from one perspective. So now we're going to play with POV and within that world. So if you think of the landscapes, we're talking about the storyscape is 360. Just think about what it is that your student learners are going to have in a 360. They can look all around them and they're in the middle of that space. But there's a challenge of being able to move within that space. So because then your technology is such that if you've got a 360 camera and you're trying to move it through the space, it's going to be a bit of a challenge. You want to mitigate any kind of nausea with the VR headsets, but also do you have that camera capability to be able to get 360 in a moving a scenario, a tracking, if you will, into space. The other is in 180, which gives you a lot more flexibility. Now you can have the camera operator here, they can station that, and then also that becomes the subjective perspective if you want to experience a seat at the table of the meeting, if you will, from one person's perspective. So if you look at these, this gives you an idea. Here's a 360 camera. It's actually put in the position of there's a hiring committee scenario, in which case this is the candidate, where they would be seated. This is what, in a PlayPosit, this is what it would look like from their perspective. So it's that 180 perspective, if you will. They can pivot over here to the left. They can pivot over to the right, but also be aware that this also adjusts proximity. The subjects that are close to you as the hiring committee candidate, you're getting some allegiance perhaps from this person and not so much from this particular person. So that proximity can make a difference. Whereas another scenario or another perspective of the same meeting can be allowing the student to be in the middle of this, of the table itself, which is where the camera is, and being able to actually now pivot and see with equal proximity all of those characters. Now, I show this just to really emphasize this is a 180 camera operation with the stabilizer, which now makes it so you can actually then gives more flexibility. You can actually be moving through spaces and so on, and that gives us a great perspective if you want to have subjective or perspective taking at a scenario or an event, whatever that experience might be. So I want to share with you primarily some of the PlayPosits that we used for building 4 core courses in the online. So it's an online asynchronous Master of Arts in Teacher Leadership at our College of Education at San Diego State University. I'm going to focus primarily on this particular course here, and that's what I'm going to share with you. But understand that with each of the 4 courses, the students had a meeting experience, a 360 experience every single course. So they've been building on this. They know the technology. But here's the one now. It's the final one is a bit more robust, and it's going to be a bit more. So I'm going to give you a lot of different types of things to think about and considerations. Very simple up here in 615. It gets a little bit more in terms of subjective perspectives we are playing with in 616, but 618, we actually integrate a lot of that within one scenario. And primarily the thing on this is we're focusing on the implementation of a change idea within that committee meeting. And we're also assessing leadership skills by the dynamics of 2 of those characters. And this is actually 2 within a larger meeting that's taking place. But we're going to get into an additional element, which is inner thought, allowing a character to actually share what they're thinking, which again is a wonderful element that students just enjoyed immensely. So think about this in terms of story building. We're now looking at different dimensions. It's multiple characters we're playing with. It's visual and verbal clues. It's text and subtext. I mean, I can be hearing something, but then I want to turn around and actually have them replay it because I can observe them. And so it's like, oh, if you, the instructor, want them to watch and observe, you have to be able to kind of direct them at that point. And how do you use PlayPosit to do that? So here are some of the general techniques that our team has kind of discovered and evolved. One of them is story context preparation. Very important for me. I like to be able to provide what is the important story context ahead of the experience, because we're in the middle of a meeting. We don't have that shared, understanding the dynamics, relationships, the power dynamics, and any kind of backstory in terms of what's the agenda of the meeting, what's it about, what is it that so those elements are very important to already prepare them for, and you can actually bake them into the PlayPosit. Second is onboarding into the experience itself. So you're taking the student from their physical world into eventually the virtual, the immersive world. And so how do you transition that? And sometimes it can be striking because you're going to be doing a subjective transition. You may be going into the position of, as for example, the hiring committee, of being and experiencing that hiring meeting, that interview from the perspective of the candidate who identifies as a Black woman. And so how do you then bridge that and kind of help that empathy gap, is what I would call, in terms of now I can begin to start identifying at that character and be able to experience it from that perspective. So that can also become important. Orientation in terms of the technology. Now, again, these students have gone through this. And so, and with the previous courses, but still I will guide them through, all right, this is a PlayPosit. This is what you can expect. This is a 360. Here's how to navigate. So we'll be crafting that into the PlayPosits, the guidance at the beginning of our bulb, the beginning of our meeting. And then finally, this element of how do we then assess what we're trying to assess? And often it's then every single one of the professors did this, and that is they're first going to observe it generally to get the gist of the meeting. Then they're going to watch it again. Either it could be from the perspective of one of the characters, or it could be just a deeper dive into, all right, now I want to really look at this. Now that you know what this is, and we're actually exploring with different theories and what have you within the classroom, now let's apply it on a deeper level. Now, in addition to that is, of course, the tools of being able to use POV. Objective, which is primarily in the middle of a table, although it's not realistic. We're not going to be sitting in the middle of the table, but it is that kind of feeling. But it does give us that proximity to be able to watch the characters, relationships, and hear a dialogue and so on. But that we also can get into the subjective sitting at a seat in the table. And there's microaggressions. We might be actually experiencing those microaggressions. And then we get the inner thoughts, this additional element of using audio to then get into what is it they're thinking about at this particular moment. So some of the crafting that goes into this, because we're not going to go into a lot of detail, but just so that you know, this were some of the things that really all the professors within those 4 core classes really were looking at this as their general guidance. And that was, what questions should students be able to answer after watching it? Going back to learning outcomes, what questions should students be left with after watching? And some of these can be shared with in terms of group discussion. So it's how you're crafting the post experience and how they're going to share that out and discuss it with their peers or with you. How will this integrate with other content in the course? We were thinking about that in terms of, well, the PlayPosit that's going to be experienced in 615 is going to then build into the 616, and then with it, there's the 4 courses have their own transition and integration, but also reflecting on, well, what are learning objectives that may be best taught within this 360 video format, and they were really leaning into that. So it's like, this is exciting. This is just so you know, this is something that we had been crafting already and integrating into the classes back in 2021, and it is continuing within that core coursework. And then there's the actual building of the story itself, and just kind of give you a glimpse of just what we had created within our team, our script team, as well as working with professors. And there's this idea of a character matrix. You can look at it in terms of, well, who are the characters that are in this scenario? What are their roles within that meeting? What is their explicit motivation? What's on the agenda? Then there's implicit bias. So get that kind of sense of who we are, but then also what are we thinking about? And what is it that it's guiding us, our characters, and how they act. And then also the group dynamics and allegiances we're starting packing into this. And you can use this as a guide. You can adapt this however you want to try and craft whatever that experience might be. And then here are some of the frequent PlayPosits that I was using throughout all of this building. And that is, first of all, questions, the multiple choice and the check all. You'll see a lot of those. they're very important because they stop. You got to click it in order to get further. So I know that they're actually doing, I hope, the guidance that the professor has provided within that little PlayPosit interaction. Annotations, the pause also gives us a moment in which it doesn't need to click through, but it does give them a moment in which they need to pause, look at this, and it might be just something about a setting or an observation or a scene. And then PDF files are actually really cool to be able to integrate. You can add a little bit of an artifact that's now becomes more immersive, because now we're seeing an agenda of the meeting. It could be the lesson plan. It could be a CV that we're getting from that candidate. And then finally, a very important element was the my interactions, because these, it was a matter of, oh yeah, I can quickly go back to a previous bulb. And that's how I was able to set up the sequence of the setting up the world. And I just kind of adapt them within that new environment. So, and then that's brings up this last one, which is very important. And that is, as you're building these out, as I was always gravitating towards adding an interaction to a group, which means you can add it before or after, because it's like, oh, I need a little bit more clarity here, in which case I might add an additional interaction that kind of guides them through. And so these were wonderful tools. So the first experience. Here, and I'm going to kind of go through these slides. And you can feel free if you want to go ahead and do screen capture or whatever. I'm not going to read them through. I just wanted to give you aware of why I've showed you what I'm showing what I'm showing you, and then give you a little bit of context. This is when I first did a preview of this particular bulb. And so here I am, and it's like, okay, I'm in this room. I see a bit of a person here, and I am like, okay, how do I get oriented into this? So you want to think about that might be their first entrance into your PlayPosit. And so I introduce them here with, okay, this is a 360 experience. It's a meeting. I give them a little bit of the gist of the meeting. I then emphasize it's PlayPosit, in which case it's going to be interactive. You're going to then click through the prompts, and here's one of them. And I then force them to actually click through. And so I haven't gotten into the next technology, which is the 360. So this is then the follow-up interaction, in which case it's now you're in a 360 navigation. I give them a little bit of the symbols. They'll see it here. And I give them an encouragement to go ahead and now start playing with the 360. And then they have to click through just to, again, confirm that they've understand they're going to be ready for the next interaction. Now I start setting up the world. So it's the scenario, about the meeting, about the school, anything that's up in terms of what's at stake for this meeting that I need the students, or the professor needs the students to know ahead of time. Then we start introducing characters. And so I've given, right now, this is an interesting PlayPosit, because we're going to only have a couple of characters here, and then we get others that are actually entering the meeting. So what I did here was crafting it so we created, first of all, the leader is eager to get going with this meeting. And so just to give you an idea of just how I created this, it's with a table. And so therefore we can actually take a little mini screenshot within the VR, the 360 video, and then be able to use that for identification. And then I do additional backstory that is important. And again, I'm always allowing the student to click through, because they're now ready to observe the meeting. And then finally, I'm getting them, there's an example of the check all, in which case it's multiple answer, but I have them so it's really a checklist that they have to check all, and I emphasize that here. And that is check off all the following to confirm your understanding. So it's a 360. I'm encouraging them. They're going to be seeing it from Brian's perspective. And they're going to then, and they also want to look at, and I'm encouraging them now, the instructor wants them to revisit how people are entering the room and how that actually plays out. So they're going to then click through, they're going to go ahead and do a replay that they're going to then watch the beginning of the meeting. And then and then after they finish seating, we're going to meet other characters, which is what they do. So they, first of all, they do some short answer. And so I give you this slide to show you this is also a tool we put into the Adobe Premiere for the editing, is we can actually, if you want to ease, you can put names atop the characters. And so you can do that and edit it within the 360. But this is now that first, they saw the observation of the members coming into the meeting, and now here's what they're going to share with it. And then also a short answer in terms of what do they conclude with the team's dynamics because of what they observed with all that power play, body language, and so on. I give a little bit more context. And then finally, everybody's now seated at the table. I then will direct them to look for each of these characters. They're actually going to have to find them in their 360 view. Once they find them, they can click. This is, I find, a very important process, whether or not you do it with the leader, Brian, at the beginning, because it's directing them to go to the first person who's going to be speaking. And that's a great way of being able to orient them into this, like, okay, there's that great perspective. So that's the first. That ends with them reflecting on their how Brian served as a leader from their observations. They implement a change idea within this committee meeting, and so they might suggest additional ways in which they can work that through the meeting dynamics based on what they're learning in the classroom. But basically, it's really getting the gist of the meeting. So the second experience is really focusing now on the perspectives of the leader as well as Kim, the other committee member. So again, I set them up not as elaborately in terms of setting of the story and stuff, but I will remind them of who's the leader, what is the gist of the meeting, remember these certain things, but I'm also introducing them to the idea that you're going to be seeing it from the perspective of Brian, experiencing it from Brian's perspective. I also I also, because it is going to now share inner thoughts of Brian, is I encourage them to start using the closed caption option, because anything that's recorded in Brian within that 360 recording will be captioned. We did a different tool when we actually bring in Kim's inner thoughts, and that becomes important. So this sets up now the other character, Kim, and we're also going to be privy to her inner thoughts. And so I actually will take them through again, the check off. So they're understanding they're going to have some new additional options within this second. And here's the first shift of Kim's perspective. Now, we're never going to go into the seat from Kim's perspective. Instead, it's done through audio because of the challenge with just, okay, I'm going to be in an objective perspective or through Brian's perspective, that I am not going to be able to hear, or I won't have that closed captioning option. I added these into a multiple choice with transcript. And that way it's served as the captioning, if you will. The other element too, I'm going to jump ahead, the other transition that happens here is the transition from perspective. So we're going to shift perspective from a middle of the meeting perspective objective to a subjective into Brian's perspective. So we can edit that portion into this 360. And we're now going to experience the meeting from Brian's perspective, but it's a major transition. So I give them the heads up and I tell them, you know what, you're going to probably be disoriented. So I'm going to pause you and then you can get your camera reset up. So here's the transition. We bake into the edit is this flare transition. This is now what the orientation, this is where it took me. And so it's like, well, wait a minute, it's black because it's in 180 perspective. And so we're actually looking as if we're looking behind Brian's shoulder, but there's really nothing there. And so it can be very disorienting, in which case I'd say, hey, pause. I tell them, go ahead and use 360, get yourself lined up. Now we're in Brian's perspective. And then the additional element is when Brian is actually sharing his inner thoughts, we actually did this out of focus to as if you're hearing the words, eyes rolling in the back of your brain, whatever. And it gives us that sense of, okay, we're now in the inner thought. And then we have that last element is we can also have inner thoughts from his perspective of Kim. So all of those are kind of giving you an idea of how we use the PlayPosit. It kind of brings us back to the overwhelming, exciting experience of the Barrier Reef, in which case I say, go out there. You don't need to actually you can go out to the Barrier Reef. I encourage you, but you can actually just go to YouTube and collect 360 videos and actually move them into PlayPosit and play with some of these skills. I mean, how would you direct that story? What do you want to get done? These are all available to you now. I can then create something, which I did just on the fly here. It's like, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and actually give them some guidance in terms of what they like, what is it, the image I want them to find, the species I want them to find. And they can do it, and then they can even provide a screenshot, and we're all happy. Any questions?
Thank you so much, Stuart. I really enjoyed this session, especially the concept of this experiential storytelling and the impact that it has on education programs. As a former teacher myself, I think about the barrier of gaining teaching experience without clinical exposure. And so being able to actually have such intentional experiences that you can have asynchronously without actually being in the field. And that seems to be what you have done a really excellent job of creating because of your intention with the 360 videos, and also the interaction that you are prompting learners, and even adding in the interactivity that is going to require them to look around and require them to be a part of it. So I just want to thank you also for speaking to some of the highlights of the interface of PlayPosit and the interaction types that you use most frequently. My interactions has been a game changer for a lot of creators with PlayPosit because of the ability to scale projects and not completely reinvent the wheel with rebuilding interactions from scratch. So thank you for also highlighting that. Any final thoughts? I know that we do have one comment here. I think using a check all question as a way to ensure that there has been reading and acknowledgement is something that is a great idea moving forward. So I love that you're sparking innovation and ideas. Any final thoughts before we head to a quick break?
Yeah, no, and actually that's really good. And thank you for many thanks for all that you shared, and then also for the comment that was in the chat. Actually, that is something that I will bake into all of my interaction, or all of my PlayPosit bulbs. So it's, even if I want to make sure that they've read something, or that they had to read a screenplay, or they had to do something, it's like I give them, have you done this? Have you read this? Have you done this? And therefore, okay, now you're ready to do the actual lecture, or whatever that experience might be. So that's for me is a go-to with all of my building. No, it's really, and again, these are all experiences, whether it's the lecture that we're sharing, or if it's going to be more immersive. If anything, I want to encourage those who may not have access to 360 cameras or 180 cameras, or, think about Oculus, but you can still just go out there and just explore. And that's where I first started out, was 5 years ago. And I realized, wait a minute, I can bring in 360 videos into PlayPosit. And I was like, oh, okay, well, this is interesting. It was a SpongeBob experience, and it's like, all right, how do I actually play with interactions with this? And a lot of fun. So there's a lot that are out there.
Well, thank you so much for being here and sharing what you found in the last 5 years since discovering that you could do that. So thank you so much for being here, Stuart. And next, we will take a quick around 30-minute, 28-minute lunch break. We will see you all back here at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. When we return, we will be joined by Heidi Schroeder, a senior instructional designer, and Dr. Joy Wu, a senior instructional designer at the George Washington University School of Nursing. So we will see you all back here in about 27 minutes.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We hope you had an excellent lunch break, but now it is time to welcome two amazing guests to the PlayPosit Exchange stage. So some intros first. We have Heidi Schroeder, is a senior instructional designer at the George Washington University School of Nursing. In this position, she collaborates with faculty to design, develop, and review online courses. She facilitates the interactive video workshop through the Online Learning Consortium and has piloted PlayPosit at both the University of South Florida, Sarasota, Manatee, and at the George Washington University School of Nursing. In each of these roles, Heidi supports faculty and instructional designers in identifying the benefits of interactive video and in developing meaningful learning activities that integrate research-based best practices. Joining Heidi today is Dr. Joy Wu, with a doctoral degree in education and a master's degree in health informatics. Dr. Joy Wu currently serves at George Washington University as a senior instructional designer for the School of Nursing. But prior to GW, she served as assistant professor and instructional designer at Eastern Virginia Medical School and held a similar position at Frank University for 10 plus years. Dr. Joy Wu is dedicated to enhancing educational quality through instructional design, curriculum mapping, and faculty development for more than a decade. In this session, Heidi and Dr. Joy Wu will share examples aligned with a pedagogical framework for increasing learner engagement and knowledge application through interactive video. They'll also describe implementation challenges and advantages they discovered as they worked through their school-wide implementation and facilitating strategy. So with that, we will welcome Heidi and Dr. Wu to the stage. Welcome, and thank you for being here. And with that, I will leave it to you to take it away. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Ryan. I think that was a wonderful introduction to both of us. So today, Heidi and I were going to travel with you the journey that the School of Nursing at the George Washington University, we traveled when we implement interactive video, in this case, PlayPosit. And this is a good, bad, and not that ugly story about it. So for this next 20 minutes, we're going to go through the implementation plan, our pilot plan, our current practices, and also our future plan, together with good exemplars for meaningful use for students and faculty, and of course, the challenges we have encountered, which did not kill us, but we're going to share with you the insights, not only from our implementation team, but also from a survey from our students and the faculty, what they have been learned, and also they are reflective about this technology and the use. I encourage you to type in your questions into the chat. We're going to come back to your question at the end of our presentation. Also, our senior instructional technologist, David Mossinger, who is lurking among the audience over there, he can answer your questions along the way. Well, that was us with makeups. Now I'm going to talk about our piloting.
All right. So I want to give you a little bit of a background on where we were coming from. So at the George Washington University School of Nursing, we really take a systems approach to the design, development, and implementation of our courses. So when we were implementing PlayPosit and piloting, we used that same approach and developed a 2-year pilot plan for PlayPosit into our courses. As a team, we developed a set of goals and we created a plan to meet the goals that we set. We wanted to make sure that PlayPosit was integrated into enough different courses to gain meaningful feedback from a diverse pool of both faculty and students. So our first goal for the pilot was to implement the tool into at least 10% of our courses. We offer about 150 unique courses, roundabout, so we worked to implement into at least 15. And we wanted to identify advantages and challenges, both for the students and faculty related to using PlayPosit. And once we had that, we needed to analyze that feedback, right, that we received. And we wanted to focus in on ease of use, impact on learning, and interest in continued use of PlayPosit. So we knew we had those 2 years to try this out. The graphic on the screen shows our progression toward the first goal of the pilot, just implementing it into at least 10%. We started with a soft rollout. We didn't really advertise to everyone. We have 3 instructional designers on our team. So each of us really carefully chose and worked with 1 faculty member to integrate PlayPosit into 1 course for a total of 3 courses in that soft rollout. And we learned from that experience and moved forward, integrating PlayPosit into a few new courses each semester. If you were to count up the courses on the screen, you'd see we did exceed that goal of 10%. We incorporated PlayPosit into 19 unique courses during the pilot phase.
So when we implement any technology, the first question is why? Nurses are very unique animals, and our School of Nursing has programs running from BSN, bachelor's nurse degree, all the way to the PhD. So from the wide-eyed, naive nurse students to the assertive nurse leaders, we have them all. So, but eventually they're not that unique. They're adult learners. So our meaningful use, we try to tie back to the characteristics of adult learner. Adult learners come to us with previous knowledge and experience. They are experienced nurses, by the way. So our PlayPosit try to create opportunities to elicit their prior knowledge. Secondly, adult learners are very practical. If they cannot use, they are not interested in learning, especially for nurses, they're very busy. So our use of a PlayPosit, we try to create a knowledge. We try to create opportunities for them to apply knowledge to real or almost real world clinical cases, and use the technology to provide instant or timely feedback. Eventually, learning is internalization of the information. So we create opportunity, use the PlayPosit, help them to reflect on their own learning. The last one, create a cognitive dissonance. We're still trying it out. So with this pedagogical considerations, we have quite a good examples. Let us share with you some of them. This one is family nursing practitioners course. It's a bigger cohort. One cohort could be 80 some students. So they are grouped into 3 sections, but still it's a bigger cohort. It's a challenge to provide facilitation to each learner. Therefore, PlayPosit can play a very good role. What happened is last year we had a virtual ground round. What does that mean? Students come together virtually. They went through several clinical cases together with the clinical faculty, didactic faculty. So these students from 3 sections, 85 of them come together, and we spend almost 2 hours together going through several clinical cases. We recorded them. So for the second year, we use PlayPosit, move to next level. If you look at the right part of this graphic, part of the small fonts, I will tell you. The first one, it says virtual ground rounds pre-test, meaning before you look at last year's recordings, there's a pre-test. This is the way we want to know their starting knowledge or their prior knowledge about the virtual case, some of the topics the virtual cases is going to talk through. Once they finish that, they can move forward to listen to last year's recording, which is enhanced with PlayPosit. I assume several of you already know about PlayPosit. Yes, so this one, we use a PlayPosit, has several in-time quizzes, short answer questions as such. Also a shorter reflection embedded throughout the 2 hours. Otherwise, listen 2 hours passively, it's a killer. Once they're done with that, we did not finish just with the PlayPosit videos. Once they're done with that, we have a poster test. they can choose to do later that week. Then we can see if this PlayPosit enhanced virtual case studies improved their learning. And then later of that week as well, students come back together for synchronous together to go through some of the key points that the students did not quite get it through the results we gathered through PlayPosit. I will show you how faculty be able to use the PlayPosit to come back to students to address these key concepts. So you can say this is a more of a comprehensive approach, use the PlayPosit to enhance competency-based education. Here is before students are doing the POSIT test. This is faculty be able to look at the PlayPosit learner analytics to find out, fonts is small, but you can see actually some students take up to 3 to 4 hours to actually finish the 2 hours recording. I admire them. They be able to come back and finish all these questions. And you can see green means they got it right. Red means they did not get it. This is one of the multiple choices, and all students got it right. So that means then faculty know they got it during the virtual case study. Next slide. Yeah, this is another question. Sounds simple. I think ask about what is what is the results of one of the system. Anyway, the red mean you can see the green means the students got it right. Red means students not get it right, and also distribution of the wrong answer choices. So for this one, gave a faculty a very good indicator that this key concept was not quite grasped by students, showed through PlayPosit. Then in the synchronous get together, faculty come back to address that and went through some of the case study, that particular part. Then you can see this is an excellent way to facilitate the students' learning.
All right. Another exemplar based on our pedagogical considerations that we thought would be worth sharing is the way that we partnered with faculty to encourage students to apply knowledge with feedback through case studies. So this was from a nurse practitioner course, and the students were presented with content specific to hyperlipidemia. Again, nursing students learning about specific things that they'll need to know for their clinicals. And they were presented with that information through lecture videos and through assigned readings. And then to support the students in applying that knowledge, the faculty created a series of short case studies, 2 of which are displayed on your screen. The students would read and listen to the case in the video, and then PlayPosit presented a question asking students to apply their knowledge to the case, and that's shown on the top right. And if the students did not answer correctly, they would be given some specific feedback about why the answer they chose was not correct, and they would also be given a reference to the related video or reading, so they could go back and look at it if they wanted to, and they were required basically to retry. And that's shown in the center screenshot. And once the students responded with the correct answer, they would again be given detailed feedback explaining why their answer was correct and with a reference to the related reading or video. And then they'd be given more information on the case, and they would be asked followed up questions and allowed to move forward to the next part of the case. Another example, this is similar, and it's in a master's level genetics course. In this course, the faculty member presented content specific to the genetics of complex inheritance and population genetics through lectures and through assigned readings. And then students were presented with this case study interactive video. They were introduced to Larry, and they were asked to respond to his questions about his risks. So they really were interacting with Larry. And then they moved on after answering his questions, as they would in a clinical setting, they moved on to discuss his interest in genetic testing related to Alzheimer's. So they had to really apply that knowledge. They just had to step into the role of the nurse practitioner through the situation to be able to respond to his questions based on knowledge of genetics that they had gained earlier in the course. So our online learning team collaborated with each faculty member to brainstorm and develop interactive bulbs for their course using the pedagogical framework that Joy shared earlier. And this really resulted in a variety of interactive video types and exemplars. We just shared a couple of them, but they were each supported by the best practices for interactive video use. So now moving on to challenges. If you speak with a colleague and they indicate that there were no challenges in implementing a new technology in their online course, they're probably exaggerating. Some call it lying, but there's always some challenges, right? So while PlayPosit is generally intuitive and easy to use, there were some challenges as we worked through our 2-year pilot and integrated it into such a wide variety of our courses. And we addressed these challenges through a systems approach, once again, using the resources and tools that are available both through PlayPosit and through our online learning team at the George Washington School of Nursing. So if you recall back to our initial soft rollout, we integrated the tool into 3 courses with 3 separate faculty members. And following that soft rollout, we spoke with the faculty. At that point, we didn't really have our survey made. It was a one-on-one. We were speaking with the faculty and realized that they found that the learning curve was a little bit higher than we had originally anticipated. So based on their feedback, our instructional technologist identified a simple professional development opportunity, which was PlayPosit Academy. And that's available, I believe, for each different learning management system. So he identified that and we determined that completion of that training would be the first step for any faculty member interested in using the tool. And this was great because it provided just a consistent introduction to the tool for each faculty member. So they were all kind of coming in with a base level of knowledge of the tool when we started to work with them. And as an instructional design team, we reviewed our process for what we had done with those first 3, and we identified tasks that we could complete as instructional designers and instructional technologists, and the tasks that really should be completed by the faculty member. So specifically, we asked faculty to develop the interactive questions in PlayPosit, so really to take the reins on the content part. But the instructional designer supported the process by integrating the bulb into Blackboard and setting it up as graded or ungraded. We did that part of it in the LMS, depending on the course needs. As the pilot progressed, we noticed another challenge, a few instances where grade sync function between PlayPosit and Blackboard just wasn't quite as seamless as we would have preferred. And either the grades didn't sync or they were synced to a column in the grade center that we didn't expect them to sync to. Something was, it probably, to be honest, when we look back, it was probably user error in the LMS integration. We never completely put our finger because there were a couple different things going on, but it was important enough that we wanted to make sure that we had accurate syncing of grades. So we added a step in our course preparation process just to encourage faculty to work with the instructional technologist to test that grade sync after each course that contained PlayPosit was copied into the live shells. So we work in a master, we copy over to live. So we just kind of added that in as a post-copy activity just to make sure that syncing was going correctly. We also work, again, we work as a really systems perspective. So we have a project management plan and Smartsheet for each course. So that was something easy that we could just integrate in as a post-copy item in our plan. So another thing to note is we really take a team's approach to course development in general too. So there's a course coordinator for each of our courses that ensures the course is ready for the upcoming semester in the course master. And then often there'll be multiple faculty members who actually teach the course in separate live shells. They may or may not be the person who coordinated the preparation. So something we learned from faculty feedback is that there would be times when a bulb was in a course that the course coordinator, had been trained and they worked with us to put it in there. But then another faculty member would be coming in to teach the course who, maybe hadn't done all of the training. So another thing that we implemented to just address that was we had a templated message to go out to the faculty who were using PlayPosit that semester, giving them the monitoring resources. So they, at the very minimum would be really comfortable being able to monitor the student engagement and the student feedback that was being gathered through PlayPosit. And finally, we struggled for a couple of semesters with identifying the timeline needed to ensure that bulbs were developed by faculty with sufficient time for the instructional designer and the technologist to complete their side of the process of adding the bulbs into the learning management system. So this process was also integrated into our overall project management plan as we added a step to asking faculty to notify the instructional designer early in the update process if they were going to implement PlayPosit into their course, just making sure everybody had enough time to do it well. Okay. So this is what we hope you really can get some good feedback from here. If you remember back to the beginning of our presentation, 2 of the goals for our pilot were to identify advantages and challenges for faculty and students, and then to analyze that feedback data with the idea of ease of use, impact on learning, and interest in continued implementation in mind. So to gain student feedback, we worked with our faculty to implement a feedback question at the end of many of our PlayPosit bulbs. It wasn't in all of them. The faculty had to agree with it. Most of them did. Most of them were like, yeah, absolutely, put that in there. The questions on is actually the statement on the screen. It is the interactive questions in this lecture enhanced my learning. So really simple. The students were giving a 5-point Likert scale. They had to rate the degree to which they agreed or disagreed with that statement. And so out of 372 students that completed a bulb that had that question at the end of the bulb, 82% of them overall indicated they either strongly agreed or agreed with that statement. So it's pretty strong. And this was a combination of graduate and undergraduate students. So we also broke that data down into the 2 groups. And we noted 88% of graduate students either agreed or strongly agreed with the statement, and 78% of undergraduate students noted that they either agreed or strongly agreed with the statement. So I want to note here, our graduate nursing programs are mainly asynchronous and online in format. Our undergraduate programs are mainly, again, this is it's not always, but mainly in person and synchronous in format. So something and we kind of talked through is that it's possible the stronger rating from our graduate students indicates that, the impact of that interactive lecture, they were comparing that to another experience with a static lecture that didn't have interactions. But undergrad students might be comparing the interactive lecture with their experience with interactive in-person lecture. So maybe they didn't find it to be quite as, as impactful on their learning as those who were used to completely online. But again, overall, just a strong feedback. The students were saying that this is helping. To gather feedback from faculty, we developed a short survey that we sent out at the end of each semester to any faculty members who had used PlayPosit in their course, just asking them to share their perspective of the strengths and limitations of the tool, as well as observations of how students engaged with the material or ways that learning was impacted through PlayPosit. And the final question in the survey asked them to indicate if they plan to continue using PlayPosit, and if so, which courses they want to use it in. So we used the data from the limitations shared to continue to refine our processes. Some of the things I shared with you in the challenges came from that data. And then highlights of some of the other responses are on your screen. So faculty indicated that they noticed an increase in student interaction with the lecture content when they used PlayPosit. And they cited both the amount of follow-up questions that they received from students during a session that incorporated the tool, and also what they could monitor through student feedback through PlayPosit. And I thought that was pretty cool. Not only could they look into PlayPosit in the monitor page and see what student feedback they were receiving, but they also were getting students reaching out to them with more questions or more feedback when the lecture had PlayPosit on it. So they were, just engaging with the students more overall. They also noted that PlayPosit inspired them to work more creatively. So the exemplars we shared are just a few of the ways that faculty implemented the tool. We had some faculty use PlayPosit to create an interactive video discussing, how students should approach a tricky assignment. Some used it to have a question at the beginning eliciting prior knowledge, and then questions at the end to reflect on what they gained from the lectures. And we had many faculty who developed knowledge-based self-check questions, always with the pedagogical framework and the goal of increasing student engagement in mind. And then finally, the nursing profession is moving toward competency-based education. So with this in mind, multiple faculty noted the ability to create formative assessment opportunities to improve overall student performance in their course is really helpful to them as they use PlayPosit and as we move in that direction. So that concludes our planned portion of the presentation, and but we want to use the remaining time really to answer any questions that you may have regarding our pilot or the exemplars, challenges, or insights that we've shared.
Thank you so much, Heidi and Dr. Wu. This is a perfect time for questions, so if those come through the chat, we can definitely make space and time for those. But just wanted to say, again, I really appreciate everything you both shared, and a couple takeaways and thoughts that I had. I really appreciate the way, Heidi, you talked about that systems approach you took with that 2-year pilot of PlayPosit. And it sounds like from those 19 courses that you integrated the tool with, you were able to really gain some meaningful feedback both from students and faculty and improve the way the tool is used in various nursing programs. I know you mentioned, Dr. Wu, from the BSN program all the way up to the PhD level, this tool can benefit a lot of those learners that you all work with. I'm looking in the chat, seeing a few thank yous. No questions just yet. Are there any additional thoughts that either of you wanted to share before I continue some of my key takeaways?
I find the faculty is confidence with the technology. Also, faculty is prior knowledge with technology also play a role here when we try help faculty to implement it. From my experience, especially faculty are new, are not very skillful with technology, and just work with them together from forming the thoughts to implement, and then look at the students' data and how to revise. Once they go through the cycle together with us, and then they become much confident, and even become a faculty kind of a leader or mentor in that way. And also we find the peer, not a peer pressure, peer encouragement is very important. So we did several faculty professional development, not only just on the technical part, but mainly on the how part. We co-presented with our faculty, and the faculty attendance was good. They love to hear their peers' thoughts.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that, Dr. Wu. It makes me think, I'm curious, those 19 courses that you helped integrate PlayPosit with, how are those instructors spreading the word? I mean, have you gotten more interest from other folks and other courses out there at George Washington?
Yeah, absolutely. Like Joy was mentioning, we've done joint professional development opportunities. So some of the exemplars that we shared today are ones where the faculty members joined us and talked about their course, and not only, how they set up their bulbs, but also, how it impacted student engagement. So yeah, definitely when you start small, even if they have a good experience, that's what you want, right? You want them to have a good experience so that they're then going out and sharing with their peers how this helped and how this worked, especially, if we wanted to be able to continue to use the tool and spread it among our faculty. So yes, we're continuing forward beyond the pilot. So I think our pilot ends in like 9 days. So we're continuing forward beyond the pilot, and we'll be integrating PlayPosit into more of our courses moving forward.
That's really exciting to hear. And I mean, I love the way that you all are using the tool and advocating for the feedback built into the interactions that you ask people to create, and the data that you all shared as well to show the effectiveness of the tool. So thank you for kind of trusting and giving us the confidence here, and for taking the time today to present and share your expertise with others who are listening in. But at this point, I think if there's nothing else from either of you, then we will end your portion of the session here. But thank you again so much, Heidi and Dr. Wu, and hope you have a great rest of the day and weekend.
Thank you.
All right. Excellent. With that, it is just about 2:30 Eastern time here. We'll be back in 10 minutes for our next session. Next up on the stage, we will be joined by Dr. Debbie Fetter, who's an assistant professor of teaching in the Department of Nutrition at University of California. But first, a 10-minute break. We'll be back soon. All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the PlayPosit Exchange. In a moment, we'll be joined by Dr. Debbie Fetter, who is an assistant professor of teaching in the Department of Nutrition at the University of California, Davis. Dr. Fetter teaches a high enrollment general nutrition class in a fully online format, Nutrition 10V, and a traditional in-person format, Nutrition 10. Her research program focuses on inclusive education, and she investigates differences between online and in-person education and does research involving health messaging, eating disorder education, and food security. This session will show you how to give targeted feedback in your online classes, and you'll learn to embed questions with tailored responses and then analyze student data to pinpoint learning stages. The session will equip you with the ability to identify misconceptions and provide real-time feedback with that goal of boosting student success. So now we welcome Dr. Fetter to the stage. Hello, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you all so much for having me. I'm excited to be here.
Of course. Well, the stage is yours, so take it away.
Awesome. So as mentioned, I'm over at UC Davis, and I put in that associate title because as of July 1st, it'll be official. But I'm excited to be here today and talk about how to use tailored feedback to inspire learning. And I'm just looking at my system and I'm wondering, am I able to see the public chat? Do I need to change my settings for that? Because I can't see the public chat and I have some interaction in this presentation, so I want to make sure.
Yes, you should see the comments section on the right side of the StreamYard page.
Thank you. Awesome. Just wanted to make sure before I got into the interactive portion of this presentation, which is my next slide. So
excellent.
I figured, thank you, Timothy, for a new comment. Now I can see it. So I figured that I want to make the session as valuable as possible for everyone present today. And I thought that maybe we can kick things off by sharing, how do you currently capture attention in an online course? And when you're ready, please feel free to type in the chat what different strategies you're currently using to capture student attention. So maybe something like add interactive elements, introductory videos, student engagement activities. So things like those introductions, bulbs, different collaborative opportunities, right? Oh, Kahoot, the gaming system. That's really fun. Using your own personality, that can go really well too. Creating engaging videos. Awesome. So a lot of different strategies for capturing attention in an online course. So with instructing, we go back to pedagogy, that art and science of teaching. And teaching involves trying to enhance critical thinking skills, using effective communication, collaboration. So I know in the chat, people are doing collaborative opportunities with your students in your online classes. So how do we get people to come together to create more interaction and everything, and being creative with our lessons and our teachings? And so different strategies that we can use, we can do things like experiential learning, we can do things like guided inquiry, and then we can also create different means of assessment using Bloom's taxonomy. So anywhere from something more simplistic like memorization all the way up towards getting students to do creating. And maybe in your classes, you're also doing some type of hands-on demonstration, getting students to do that as well. So with online education, firstly, it is the fastest growing sector of higher education. Even before emergency remote education took place during the COVID-19 pandemic, the amount of online education was increasing, even at in-person universities. and different types of learning platforms like Blackboard and Canvas. They provide these better opportunities for helping us implement online courses. And there's been research showing that online classes can help with cost savings. And then both on the instructor end and especially the student end, students really appreciate the flexibility of online education. Online education also allows us to target maybe some more non-traditional students who we're seeing more and more in higher education, students who are working full-time jobs, students who have families, students who are commuting, students who have other demands on their plate. And so with online education, this is a means that we're able to connect and access different student populations. But there are a lot of different challenges linked with online education. First off, how do you capture student attention and make sure that they are actually watching your lectures, watching your videos, and paying attention? Because online classes, these videos, they are not designed for a Netflix binge, but they are educational content. And yes, we can make our videos as engaging as we can. I know a lot of people wrote in the chat that they're doing capturing attention with engaging videos. But at the same time, we don't know necessarily if students are watching all the way through, if they're really paying attention. A lot of students may also feel isolated in an online class because they're not coming in person to see the instructor, their classmates. They can feel kind of disconnected. And what we see from the research is that the better the engagement, the better the student success. Students can also have difficulty navigating the different course platforms out there. Also helping with different self-monitoring skills. So those self-monitoring skills can vary immensely between different students. And then of course, technology is great and all, but there will always be some type of technical difficulties. And what we see with online education is that students are less likely to engage in the collaborative learning. There's different ways that we can enhance that in online education. And it's fantastic that a lot of people wrote in the chat that they're already doing collaborative activities with their students, because that's definitely a way to increase engagement and attention. But also students connect less with the faculty, with the instructional team, and then they're maybe not having as many discussions with their fellow students and other people in the class. So what I do at UC Davis is I teach introductory nutrition. It's a course called Discoveries and Concepts in Nutrition. I teach both traditionally face-to-face as well as a fully online class. And so my online class currently accommodates somewhere on average between 800 to 1,000 students. These are mainly students at UC Davis, but I also take a few hundred UC online students from all 10 of our UC campuses. So in my spring quarter class, I actually had just under 1,300 students take this class online. So I have a large sample. So to try to engage with the students, I have a lot of different strategies in place, anywhere from trying to make engaging videos, using communication platforms. I've used Piazza in the past, but I've been using Discord for the past few years to get students to connect with one another. And then most importantly, the reason that we're all here today, using PlayPosit. So I've been using PlayPosit in my class since its inception. And PlayPosit is a fantastic platform that allows me as an instructor to put different checkpoints throughout the videos of different questions to capture student engagement, make sure that they're watching paying attention, not just letting the videos play in the background, but also a nice checkpoint to assess their level of understanding. And so I'll be talking more about ways that I'm doing that today. So with PlayPosit, I'm able to embed questions in the videos. A lot of different formats are available, anywhere from just open-ended free response, which sometimes I have students do, some reflective questions, anywhere from like fill in the blank, check all that apply, traditional multiple choice. There's just so many different options there. And in my videos, I aim to have a question appear about every 4 to 7 minutes. My videos for each unit are typically chunked into increments anywhere from the shortest being 5 minutes, all the way up to maybe 18 minutes, 20 minutes long. And so I'll at least have one PlayPosit question in those shorter videos, and definitely more so sprinkled throughout those longer videos. The way that I structure my class with PlayPosit is these questions are ungraded. And so then this creates a really low stakes formative assessment for my students so that they don't feel pressured to get the correct answer as they're watching the videos. However, what I do is on my Canvas learning management system where they turn in all their assignments, they do their quizzes, I actually put some of the same questions from these videos on their graded quizzes. So if the students are watching the videos, they engage with the question, then the hope would be that they would be able to perform better on the quizzes than the students who miss these questions. And by having these questions pop up, it is able to hold attention for the students. So they can't just let the video play in the background, but they have to engage with the video in order to progress forward. So designing these questions and feedback can seem like a really daunting experience. And I'll be honest, there is a lot of front load of time to design effective questions, and especially to write in this tailored feedback that really helps with student learning. However, once you go through this initial development period, it is so well worth it, because then you have this for your course and it can really help you design your assessments, and you'll have this running record of things. So with my class, for every unit, every lecture content, I have learning objectives that go along with the lecture. So maybe we're talking about carbohydrates. Well, I have overall learning objectives of what I want students to get out of the carbohydrate unit. And then for each of my videos within that unit, so I guess I should use the example of my unit on body composition and food intake influences, because I pulled the pictures from that unit. Well, in that unit, I have my overall learning objectives. And for each of my videos, I incorporate study questions for students to listen to throughout the video. And I put in a little blurb about like, why even care about this topic? Why is this important? When I start my videos that I build through PlayPosit, an initial screen pops up where I have the why is this important, and I have my study questions up for students to take a look at. But this is also available on my Canvas learning management system too, so students can go back and reference that as well, in case they click forward and miss it in the video. So then the next step for designing these questions and feedback is I review the video. Are there any places that have some natural pauses that would be a great time to interject with a question? Maybe there's a particularly complicated topic or section in the video that I want to check in with students and measure their level of understanding or clarify any misconceptions. Like for example, a lot of students come into my class believing that sugar causes type 2 diabetes. So when teaching about that, probably interjecting a question there to do a checkpoint and drive home the concepts there that sugar does not directly cause type 2 diabetes. And so there's a lot of different ways that you're able to add in these different questions. Then I aim to design these questions that go back to the learning objectives. So for example, this is a sample learning objective that I have for my body composition unit. So this learning objective, by the end of this topic, you will be able to define weight stigma and understand its impact on health status. So in my video, I actually have a couple questions that go back to reinforcing this learning objective as a way that I can measure their level of understanding from the video before we even get to the more high stakes graded quiz. That's part of their course grade. And then finally, writing the feedback. And I'll show you kind of some organization for going ahead and doing all this. So this to the right of the screen is an example from the documents, many documents that I have with all my questions. I have the question, I have each of my answers, I bold the correct answer, and then next to each answer, I first start off and write about why that answer is the correct answer. So to reinforce why that concept is correct. And it's really important to write it in a way where, as if you were talking to the student yourself, to try to like really break down the concept again, just kind of reiterating like, why is this correct answer? Because sometimes students may have no idea what the correct answer is, and they just happen to select the correct answer. So we really want to use that feedback, that tailored feedback, to drive home, why is that answer correct? And then for each of the incorrect answers, I go ahead, I reinforce with what the actual correct answer is and why, and then I explain why that answer is not the correct answer, so that in that way, when students read the feedback, they walk away understanding what's correct and why that answer is incorrect. A lot of times when we do more traditional assessments, like exams and quizzes, when students get their exam or quiz back, they don't have the opportunity to read about why that answer is correct or why that answer is incorrect, unless they go into office hours, or maybe as an instructor, you talk about some of the questions that were commonly missed on your exam. And what PlayPosit allows us to do is to be able to provide this really important feedback that helps to enhance student learning in a really frankly, quite easy way that doesn't take up much class time and really helps to for students to be able to understand their performance. Now, with the feedback, with writing these questions, another really important step here is having people review your questions and your feedback. So the way that I've done this is connecting with our Academic Technology Services Center on campus, having a couple people from the facility on campus review different questions and feedback, as well as some of my more experienced teaching assistants will review my questions and my feedback and offer in insight, because this review step is really important, because sometimes I'll write something thinking, oh, this is a great question. And then people will come back and be like, I'm not really sure what you're trying to say here. So having people review your work helps to strengthen the question as well as the feedback, and point out maybe some things that I missed. So this is an example about some of my internal documents and what they look like. So I build out my work on Google Drive. I use Google Docs, and this is really helpful because I'm able to edit in real time and share it with multiple people as well. And so I have different assessment packages for every unit. So this is an example one from my food security unit. I have my overall learning objectives, and then I have each of my videos. I have a title. I got the why is this important, the overall study questions, and then highlighted I have where in PlayPosit am I building this question. So I put in the time code, and then I put in the question. And this is so helpful to have this running record, because when I want to go in and revise these questions about every couple years to keep the material fresh, or maybe sometimes students point out, oh, this question was kind of confusing, I can easily go back to my record and check where that question is and revise accordingly. Or maybe there might be something new in the research or the literature that I want to add in, and maybe I want to use that feedback section to incorporate some of the newer content. So luckily, using PlayPosit, it really is super simple. Now with these Google Docs, and again, I will be honest, there is a fair amount of front loading the work to make these questions, to write the feedback, but once you have it, it's there. And then what I do is I copy and paste directly from the Google Docs into PlayPosit, and I can enter in exactly like the time code by the second, entering the feedback, I mark the correct answer, and then it's just in PlayPosit. It saves right away, really nice and easy. And then I also have these running question banks that I can then go copy and paste and put it in my learning management system to use for their quizzes. And sometimes I'll even take some of these questions, I'll either leave them as is, put them in the quiz, or I'll modify it a little bit. But it's really great to have this running record. And so these are some additional examples about what the student end would see when they're going through my videos. So if they get the answer correct, they'll get that green box and be able to get that feedback to understand, reinforce the correctness there. But if they answer something incorrect, they'll get the feedback pointing them in the direction of the correct answer, but also that tailored feedback, showing them why the answer that they selected is incorrect based on what they selected. And so this is really great and really helpful as a learning tool for the students. And so what kind of data also will you see? So if you're like me, also doing some pedagogical research, I love the data that can come out of PlayPosit. So with every video bulb that you build, you can see who has started that video, who is in progress, and who hasn't started. So with me, because my class, again, last quarter I had just under 1,300 students, I would love to be able to find like an easy way to email everyone who hasn't started a video, but I haven't quite figured that out yet, maybe one day. But you can use that as a tool for your own class to maybe contact students who may be behind on your videos. But you can also see how long that video took students to progress through and the correctness for each question. So what I like to do is I'll look through this data as well, and I'll notice, oh, like this question from this video, a lot of students got this incorrect. So I'm going to send out a Canvas announcement clarifying that concept as another checkpoint and touch point with my students to help them have a better understanding. And so every quarter, oh, sorry that the slide kind of got a little shifted here. So every quarter I do collect detailed feedback on my own that is completely anonymous, so I don't know the student identities. However, for filling out this pretty long questionnaire, they do receive a couple points of extra credit. Adding in a couple points of extra credit goes a long way. I have a really high percentage of my students who provide this feedback, and I look through every quarter because it really helps me make more positive changes to my class. But I always do ask them about the PlayPosit questions. So this is an example just from this past quarter. So I asked students if the level of agreement, the PlayPosit questions embedded throughout the module videos help me understand the content of the videos, and nearly everyone, 96% of my class at least agreed. 50% strongly agreed, which is great. But really out of, again, like my class of just under 1,300 students, and not everyone filled out the survey, fair amount did, but only 6 people strongly disagreed. And who knows, maybe it could have been that they didn't want to answer these questions during the video. I also asked them, after answering each PlayPosit video question, I was given feedback about why my answer was correct or incorrect. This information helped me understand why my selected answer was either correct or incorrect. And so again, there was a high rate of agreement here. 94% of my class agreed. Only 2 people strongly disagreed. And again, there could be other things that we just don't know is going on there. So high level of agreement. And then my personal favorite, I enjoyed answering the PlayPosit questions embedded in the videos. And this was a bit less of an agreement, but what I always find is sometimes students can be hesitant to put in certain levels of work into the class that they know they should be doing, but they just don't really want to do it, but they know that it's useful for them to have a better understanding of the class. So that could be why we see less of an agreement here. I do collect qualitative feedback as well. And just from qualitative feedback, I asked students this past quarter what worked well for them as an online learner and to please be as specific as possible. And a lot of students wrote about the PlayPosit questions in the videos. They felt that the questions kept them engaged, they helped them understand the concepts, really reinforce what they knew, showed them what they didn't know. And they liked how the PlayPosit platform provided this interactive space, and they felt that it helped them as an online learner. And then they also liked those study questions too, because they were able to refer to them on what notes they need to take. Some more additional qualitative feedback. They liked these questions. They were able to review the material and lectures whenever they needed. They liked not having to just have like one shot at something. So that really helps with having your PlayPosit questions, or at least most of them, be ungraded, because then it takes a lot of the pressure off and students can go back and review the questions and take notes on them and study from them. And yeah, they really liked the different features available in the PlayPosit video platform, because you can adjust your playback speed, you have captions, there's a note-taking tool, there's even a space at the end of the video for students to ask any questions that they might have. And then again, like they really like those questions, solidifying the information. A lot of students reported that they felt that these questions helped them do better on the quizzes. They liked the flexibility of everything. They felt like it made it less stressful for them to learn, able to reference these questions and feedback too. So future directions of what could be done with the PlayPosit questions and data and feedback is it would be really great to create graphs of student responses from certain questions to share with the class, because especially in that online class, a lot of students can feel disconnected from their peers, and by having kind of this graph of, oh, like everyone is answering, like a lot of people answered this way and some people answered that way, it kind of brings in that polling platform that you might see in an in-person class to an online setting as well. From a research angle, examining overall course performance with interacting with these PlayPosit questions. And then personally, what I would like to do is incorporate some of the graded questions. So I do like having most of my questions, or right now everything's ungraded, but I do think that sprinkling in at least some of the graded questions could be a really great motivational tool to help with video watching. But also keeping in mind, I know in my class, like I have a handful of students who have friends in the class and they'll watch the videos with them. So that's also something to consider if you are thinking about making all of your questions graded too. So I know I see some questions in the chat, but I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you so much for tuning in to my presentation today.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Dr. Fetter. This was awesome, and your passion, it really comes through in the way you talk about the content you teach and the use of the tools like PlayPosit as well. So you're right. We do have one question I see in the chat from Timothy. So if you could take a look and see, what do you see the benefit of doing these questions and feedback in PlayPosit compared to maybe a Canvas quiz?
Absolutely. So Canvas also does have a feature that when you enter in questions, you can add in feedback. Now, if you're doing, Canvas doesn't allow you, to my knowledge, to put questions directly into a video to capture like real-time feedback. So Canvas can be used to make like exams and quizzes and assignments. So if you show your students their answers on their exam or quiz, then they'll be able to see that feedback and have that understanding. So if you're also copying directly from PlayPosit, that's helpful. Now, what I've done personally in my class is in the past few years, I've transitioned away from doing proctored online exams to doing open book, lower stakes quizzes, and shifting most of my course grading towards reflective written assignments. So what I've been doing, because I've been doing the open book quizzes, is I haven't been showing my students their question feedback on their quizzes to try to prevent as much sharing of these quizzes as possible. So I no longer release what they got right, what they got incorrect. They can come to office hours and take a look at that. So they're not able to have that feedback through Canvas. The way that they're able to get that feedback is before the quiz on PlayPosit. But certainly they can be, I think it's really useful to use as both of a platform. And for a time, I was also doing the feedback in the Canvas quiz.
Excellent. Thank you for answering that question. And I know you sort of asked the question yourself in that you were, wishing and hoping you could reach out to students who maybe haven't started a bulb yet. And one of our contacts in the chat here, Jennifer, was able to share her expertise for you, kind of paying it forward here. So she just mentioned that if you use Canvas grade passback, you could email student groups who don't have a grade near that due date.
Ah, nice, nice. I'm gonna have to set up a time with a consultant to take a look personally. And that's also something that I really do appreciate about the PlayPosit team and staff is that I've met with people in the past and everyone's been really willing and available to help me with the class.
Yeah, for sure. And Jennifer's actually someone who works at one of the customers that we have, but is just kind of a power user like yourself, sharing her knowledge and expertise. But thanks for the shout out for our team as well. I don't see any other questions in the chat right now, but I would love to just highlight a couple of my takeaways from your presentation. And the main one really is the way that you talk about feedback. I know that's kind of the main topic of your conversation here today, but I love the way you think about, writing as if you're talking to the student, because ultimately that is what you're trying to do, right? Is personalize this automated feedback for the learner. And it sounds like you take it really seriously, not only drafting and planning it, but asking for feedback on your feedback, right? From, you said, teaching assistants and other colleagues that you work with. And I know you also asked for feedback from learners at the end of the course as well. And the data seems strong there too. So that's one of my big takeaways, but it really sounds like you leverage PlayPosit for the main reasons are engagement, you mentioned, and accountability for learners, right? If they get some questions through the bulb experience, they can also expect that maybe they'll show up on a quiz or a test as well. And so it's kind of like that low stakes assessment that may pay off for the higher stakes assessments as well.
Definitely. And they're told definitely pay attention to those videos. And I do have students who keep their own like Google Docs of copying all the questions that come in from the videos, and they'll work on it together with people. So it can also be a really great collaborative study tool for students to engage with.
Right. Yeah, I think that's really smart. And just in case you're not aware, you can also adjust the playback settings so that learners can download a report of their, it sounds like you already know that, of their bowls.
Oh, yes, I saw that. I can't remember if I have the setting on or not.
Yeah, it's something that you can leverage if you want them to have access to download that report of their bulb responses and questions, if they're already keeping track of it in the Google Doc potentially. Excellent. Well, Dr. Feder, I just want to say one more time, thanks so much for the time, the energy, and for being an advocate here for the tool. And with that, we will give you the rest of your day back and wish you a great weekend.
Thank you all so much. Thank you for tuning in. And I feel free to reach out if anyone has any follow-up questions. Happy to be here. I love PlayPosit.
Amazing. Thanks so much, Dr. Feder. We'll see you next time. And at this point, we will take a short break, but don't go anywhere. Stick around if you are interested in trivia. I know Nate has got to be here for trivia, but just a quick preview for you all. Next up on the stage in about 10 minutes, we'll be joined by Dr. Victoria Kim, who's a senior professor at DeVry University, and Dr. Gina Cooper, who's an instructor of information systems at DeVry University. But again, first, we're taking a 10-minute break. Don't go anywhere. Stick around for the trivia. This is a chance to win some PlayPosit swag.
All right. Welcome to our final round of trivia, this PlayPosit Exchange, where we're going to ask 2 questions. And the first person to answer in the chat, the first person to answer in the chat that has not won a swag prize yet, I'll say, we will note you down to receive a swag bundle. All right. Our first question is, table tennis is an alternative name for which sport? Again, table tennis is an alternative name for which sport? Way to go, Vicky. Vicky, I don't see your name on here as a winner yet. So we are going to write your name down for that. Way to go. All right. And our final question is going to be PlayPosit themed to wrap up our trivia sessions for this event. So here's your PlayPosit question. What PlayPosit application includes the ability to attach a customized certificate? Which PlayPosit application includes the ability to attach a customized certificate? Andrea, way to go. Nicely done, Andrea. Yes, the correct answer are playlists. If you haven't checked out PlayPosit playlists before, you can actually put automated and customized certificates with them. Awesome. Well, that concludes our trivia for the PlayPosit Exchange. Stick around. Go ahead and take a break, but then we'll be joined by our next presenter in just a few minutes.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the PlayPosit Exchange. Hope you enjoyed that brief trivia break. And it is now time to welcome two very special guests to the stage. First, we have Dr. Victoria Kim, who loves mathematics, databases, and helping others learn. She has a master's degree in mathematics and a master's degree in teaching a foreign language and a doctorate in learning technology. Dr. Kim has been teaching for 39 years and still enjoys helping students understand. She worked for several years as a computer programmer and found that her math background was really helpful in programming. Dr. Kim is a senior professor at DeVry University and one of the national faculty chairs for the university's Center for Teaching Excellence. Joining Dr. Kim today is Dr. Gina Cooper, who has been teaching at DeVry University since June of 1999. She received her undergraduate degree from Ohio State University in mechanical engineering, her master's degree from Ohio State University in industrial engineering, and her PhD from Wright State University in computer science and engineering with specializations of database, math, and bioinformatics. These are some serious credentials here, folks. Dr. Cooper presented her bioinformatics research at an IEEE International Bioinformatics Conference in Taiwan in May of 2004 and in Las Vegas in July of 2009. Since then, she has published papers in the Proceedings of Computer Science Education conferences relating to courses she's developed and improved. Since joining DeVry, Dr. Cooper's instructional area of focus is information systems. This session today will focus on the ways PlayPosit has enabled curriculum designers and individual professors at DeVry University to implement their creative ideas to engage students. So with that, we will welcome both Dr. Kim and Dr. Cooper to our PlayPosit Exchange stage. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. We're really excited to be here with you. The title of our presentation is Top Down and Bottom Up Innovation with PlayPosit. I'm Victoria Kim. I have, as was mentioned, a doctorate in learning technologies, and I love learning and I love technology. It's really exciting to me, and PlayPosit is a great tool for us to use. I'm here with my colleague, Gina. You want to tell us a little bit more about yourself, Gina?
Hi, Vicki. Thank you. I love learning technologies and I love teaching as well. I've been teaching for over 20 years in computer science, and my degree is not in learning technologies, but rather in computer science. But I love adding fun, innovative tools like PlayPosit to the classroom because it always helps students learn if they can try new fun tools. I mean, all students love tools. We like to play with things, right? So, I'm really excited to be here too.
Excellent. And if you're wondering, I represent the bottom up part of the innovation, and Gina represents the top down. We'll be telling you more about that. So in our university, PlayPosit is used as a tool for creating activities by the curriculum designers. And so it's coming from the top down to the professors, but also individual teachers like myself can create individual activities. And I think of that as bottom-up innovation. So at our university, PlayPosit is fully integrated with Canvas. As I mentioned, a lot of the development is happening from the curriculum designers, and they have it implemented into the master shells, and it can be added as an external tool into discussions and assignments by individual teachers. We, as long as the activities that we create are graded, we do have the attendance passed back into Canvas, which is very helpful. So we mentioned a little bit in the introduction about my EDD. When I found that program, I said, this is for me. I really like, technology, and I love teaching and learning and helping other teachers and getting the students engaged. I was so excited when I found that possibility of getting my degree in learning technology. One of my roles is as a faculty chair in our university's Center for Teaching Excellence. And I look at part of my duties as that chair is to encourage the other professors to use active learning and engaging techniques. I also have been creating some micro-credentials, and we do have a micro-credential in PlayPosit. So for my own use, the bottom-up use, I have created graded activities in the individual classes, math classes that I teach. So from beginning algebra, college algebra, pre-calculus, discrete mathematics, applied calculus. Actually, I think every class that I've taught, I've added at least 1 or 2 activities on specific material. The micro-credentials that we created for our professors in PlayPosit, all our micro-credentials at this time are optional, and they're focused on active learning. So just to talk a little bit in general about some of the places in our university that have really had PlayPosit innovation. First of all, I would say that one of our big users has been our health science courses. And one of our academic deans was involved in bringing PlayPosit to DeVry. And those designers underneath her direction were encouraged to add PlayPosit activities to the courses. Particular faculty members really got excited about the possibilities, and the one I interviewed for before coming here said she used it in an agile redevelopment of several of the courses, and what she would do would be replace some of the long lessons in the health science classes that she was teaching with modularized chunks. Kind of, she did a 3-chunk series, and the first 2 PlayPosits would be informational, and then the third one was where they were actually given a case study, and the PlayPosit was about the how they would react in that particular case. Their experience was that the student feedback was very positive, and I heard the speaker before us mention, and this is something that has been our experience too, that the PlayPosit representatives are very helpful. So as this particular professor that I interviewed was trying out new ideas, she would take her ideas, work with the PlayPosit reps, and some of the things that she ended up implementing were learner-made bulbs and escape rooms. So she was always bringing something new, innovating. Now, from the classes that I mentioned, you could see that I teach mathematics courses, and I have seen some of the curriculum designers and for mathematics courses use PlayPosit as well. The particular professor that I interviewed for this part said that he actually found PlayPosit and experimented with it before kind of being introduced at the curricular design level. And that was my experience too. I was poking around and I saw that I could add it. And it was so easy to use. I figured it out on my own how to do it. And I think that's what this professor's experience was as well. He really liked the interactivity. He had already created videos for every topic in the class that he was teaching. So it was a really natural fit to go from these videos that he already had to making them interactive with PlayPosit. So then later, as part of redevelopment of certain courses, he added in PlayPosit activities at the master shell level. And some of these focused on, like the one in our pre-calculus class, focused on the weekly topics, and 2 different professors introduced them, and there were questions related. In other math classes, the PlayPosit interactive videos have been focused on logistical things about just how to use the ALEC system or things like that. So in both cases, my experience as one of the teachers is that it's been very helpful. Now we're going to turn the time over to Gina, who is another innovator, but she has the opportunity to innovate at the curricular level, and she's going to tell you about some of the things that she's done.
Thank you, Vicki. And I just wanted, so Vicki mentioned there's some faculty who mostly teach and then some that do a lot of curriculum design. So I'm on the curriculum design committee at a team. And so I design classes that multiple faculty will use. And so, so that's kind of like the top down approach where I'm designing it from the top, and then everybody uses my PlayPosit videos, whether they want to or not, you know, they have my PlayPosit videos. And what Vicki mentioned about these, you know, these faculty already having videos. I have a lot of videos, and adding some kind of interactivity just to make sure the students are paying attention with the PlayPosit is really wonderful. And so, because sometimes you can zone out during long, boring videos. Not that my videos are boring, but if they were boring, students could, you know, they might zone out. But now I'm asking them questions during the video to make sure they're actually listening. So and then, so I want to talk about a particular class that I used PlayPosit in, and that it really improved the class. So I teach CEIS 150, and I also designed this course. It's programming with objects, and here is the course description. That the course builds on structured programming, introduces object-oriented programming and functional programming concepts. And students design, code, test, and document business-oriented solutions using complex algorithms. Advanced topics include the use of libraries for data manipulation and visualization. So it's essentially a Python course, an object-oriented Python course, right? And these are the objectives. You can see them. So students are going to be learning object-oriented programming, and they're going to create classes and, you know, use inheritance and Python libraries. And then finally, the eighth objective, they're going to produce an object-oriented Python program. So they do all these different things in this particular class. So next slide. So CEIS 150, this is we started teaching this in July of 2021. And the initial format of CEIS 150, since it's the second course in a sequence of 2 Python courses, was we started the course initially talking about object-oriented concepts, object-oriented programming concepts. And a little background on object-oriented programming is that it's a huge step up from regular structured programming. So structured programming is generally what people learn first when they're learning programming, where they'll learn if statements and while loops and that kind of thing with code. Well, then object-oriented programming is a big step up. And so we designed this course that would follow the CEIS 110 Introduction to Python Programming course. Well, some students who take CEIS 110, you know, they've never ever programmed before. So it's you know, to go from, you know, never programming at all in one course, sometimes even after the course is done, you still don't have like what I call the light bulb moment where it really sticks. And so then we throw them into this object-oriented programming course where they have to, write complex code. So CEIS 150 was designed to follow CEIS 1 directly, and it did not cover any structured programming. They jumped right in. So many students were struggling. Because since we just threw them in directly and we didn't offer any refresher, students were performing poorly, and they were really confused when it was introduced in July. And so I was kind of scrambling about what to do. So what I did is I thought I might use PlayPosit videos, and in week 1 to review Python. So because they had trouble with the like the basics of Python, I created 2 different PlayPosits with video. I created videos and then put them in PlayPosit. And the first lesson I created was just reviewing Python basics, you know, like what is a variable, you know, what different data types, what's an integer, what's a string, what's a floating data type, and just basic stuff. And then in lesson 2, I talked about if statements and loops and functions. So even so, I basically, in these 2 lessons, covered the entire CEIS 110, just a review, a high-level overview, and those were my 2 videos. I put them in PlayPosit, and you can see, hopefully you can see, it's kind of small, but that shows the number of hits we've had. So I've had this, since, July, right? And look at how many, students have viewed it. So it's very, we've had a lot of students since then, and we've had
Gina, before we leave that, I think it is hard to see it on the screen. So maybe, are you able to see the numbers, or would you like me to read the numbers?
I can see them. So, well, I have the PowerPoint up here on my computer, but so the first one, the Python control structures, has 13,146 views, hits. This was on my admin board, so I don't know if that's the number of people who completed or just some people viewed it, but that's a lot. And then the Python basics was 12,460. And then I have 2 more videos, a Python first program and variables, which has 22,361, and then a Python functions, which has 8,626. So you can see we've had a lot of students viewing and taking these PlayPosit, going through this PlayPosit to help them learning. So the ones that are graded are the Python control structures and the Python basics. But check out, like, people were clicking on the other ones even though they weren't graded. Isn't that crazy? I mean, it's good, So the graded ones, obviously, they had to, but the other ones people were still clicking on. So here's the picture, a screenshot of my PlayPosit. So this is my console where I would write my Python code. And then below it, you can see the dots. Those are the different questions. So some of the questions I used in my PlayPosit video was I would ask them uh, questions about the code I wrote. Or I would say, modify this code and include a different variable name. What does it do? Or so I had some fill in the blank, and I had some multiple choice questions and about this. So they would have had to watch the video to be able to fill in the blank or do the multiple choice. And the fill in the blank, I always made sure that I had, the case wouldn't matter, so that they could get it correct, as long as it does matter, because in programming variable names, the case does matter. So, if you don't write the case correctly, like if I have a variable named name with a capital N, that's different from lowercase n. So these were things that I wanted to test the students on to see if they actually knew it. So these PlayPosits were about like 20 and 30 points a piece. So they would go through, and each question they would have to solve it based on the watching the program and run, even running it on their own machine, as long as they watched the program that I had written and were able to solve it. So this is my results, which is my favorite slide because this is the cherry on the top. So as you know, the course was introduced in July, and then September, when I taught it, it was really doing badly again. So we teach it July, September, and November. So I had to rush and try to put this in September, before November, and so I did. So, and you can see in September, my course success was 36.4%, and course success are all grades A through C. And my average score was 57.17. So you can see I did not have a very good average score, and I did a very poor course success. I added this into the PlayPosit. I added the PlayPosit in November, and check it out. It was a huge percentage increase. I went now I had 84%, and the PlayPosit was so helpful in giving the students a good review of the of Python of the previous course. And so, and then you can see the average score. So I had a lot more success with the students, and I think it's good, a good idea. And I'm trying to think of other classes, and even if I were to, do a review in every class, I could make a PlayPosit review of the previous class, because students forget things. I mean, they don't always remember everything we teach them. And so having something like this where they can just refresh their knowledge is really helpful for students. So those are my results, which were wonderful. Any questions?
I do have a question for you, Gina. Were you surprised by that amazing difference in success?
Yeah, I was really surprised because all I did was kind of, so I shifted everything back a week and added the review, and that made the students, it just changed, it transformed the course really by doing that. It was a huge surprise. It was a huge win for us, right?
And then another question that I have for you. Sorry, I always have questions. What kind of introduction to the PlayPosit activities did you do? Did you promote them, or did students ask questions about them outside? Were they able to do them more than once?
Yeah, they could do them multiple times until they got a perfect score. The PlayPosit. So we have like in our graded activities section, the 2 PlayPosit videos were in there because they were basically lesson 1 and lesson 2 that the students had to complete in order to move on to the next module before they started to learn object-oriented programming. So students had to do these before they could move on to ensure that students were prepared to learn object-oriented programming, because like some students test out of the first programming class as well. So we have students coming in that tested out that or they had credit from a different class that counted, and so they are completely lost, and I needed this review.
Yeah, it sounds like it was definitely worthwhile. I meant to a little bit earlier include some numbers on the slide that Gina had. She had people, in the 10,000s and up, people watching those, and incredibly, in the one that wasn't required, she has 22,000 people that watch that. When I looked at our admin dashboard, our bulb with the highest number of views had 86,000, and that was in the health sciences area. The next highest was one of those overview bulbs in math with 58,000. So a lot of the kind of the top-down innovation that we've had, there've been quite a few views of the bulbs. People like me that are doing it from the bottom up, I was pretty excited to see I had 800. I said, "Oh, that's good," But I think one of the reasons we picked this topic is that the way that PlayPosit's usability is really nice. It can be used in both ways, right, Gina? It can be used, from a top-down, where everybody has it included in. But then you can still, if as an individual teacher, if you see an area for improvement, you can test out and see if addressing it with a PlayPosit activity could be helpful. Are there any other questions that we have?
Thank you so much, Dr. Kim and Dr. Cooper. And Dr. Kim, I feel like we need to hire you as an MC. You don't need me to help out here. So thanks so much for asking some thoughtful questions and sharing some reflections there at the end as well. I don't see any additional questions in the chat right now. We do have another minute or 2 left. So I would love to just share a couple of my key takeaways from listening in here. But if questions do come up, of course, we can answer those. Or if you have any additional thoughts, those are welcome as well. But just from my perspective, Dr. Cooper, you talked a lot about taking that experience of learning from passive to active. And I think the data speaks for itself, right? You had that almost 50% jump in course success from September to November. And then it looks like an almost 30% jump in the average scores there. And that's significant, to say the least. And I think in our last presentation, Dr. Fetter had mentioned, it takes some work up front to build the PlayPosit bulbs and content, but it goes a long way. And the number of views that you were both talking about for some of these PlayPosit bulbs, I think speaks to how long of a way, the content goes once it's created. And so it's worth the effort there. So those are just a couple of things I wanted to share. But I really love the way, Dr. Cooper, you talked about, building that prerequisite content into the current course from the previous course, and setting students up for success. They don't remember everything that you share all the time, but you can refresh their memory in this kind of easy to use way.
I'm sorry, Ryan. There was a question in the chat about top-down in its meaning, and yes. That's the way we are using it in this particular context. That it's coming down into a course shell that a professor receives. Now, Gina, what is your answer to his question about are they mandatory?
Yes, they're graded. So these PlayPosits are graded in order to move on to the object-oriented module. So they are mandatory, which is why so many of them took it.
Is that what you meant, Timothy, or were you thinking, are they mandatory for the teachers to use them? I wasn't quite sure in which sense you meant the question. You may or may not still be there, but pretty much if it comes to you in your master shell that you, or in your shell that you get, we at DeVry would say it was mandatory unless a professor went through and had a particular reason why not to use them. Is that your experience too, Gina?
It looks like, and Timothy mentioned he was talking about mandatory for the teacher.
Okay, so I think I just answered that. Pretty much you would say yes, unless somebody really wanted to fight against it. I think there would be a way, but.
Right, but strongly encouraged given the the data here you shared. Right. So any closing thoughts, Dr. Kim or Dr. Cooper? No. Well, in that case, thank you so much for the time, the energy. Really appreciate you all taking the time today to help us expose other folks to some of the ways that you all are using the tool. And hope you have a great rest of the day and weekend.
All right. Thanks for being with us. Bye.
Bye.
Take care. Well, ladies and gentlemen out there on the PlayPosit Exchange world, we have one more break and one more session coming up today. And that will be with Cheryl Ekstrom, an academic support coordinator in the mathematics department at the University of Arizona. But first, one more 10-minute break here, actually a 9-minute break, but we'll see you soon. Hello, and welcome back for our final session of the day and of the PlayPosit Exchange. In a moment, we're about to welcome Cheryl Ekstrom to the stage. Formerly an instructor, Cheryl moved behind the scenes in 2012 to support faculty with the teaching technologies used in classes at the University of Arizona, particularly in support of their ever-growing catalog of asynchronous online classes. A colleague introduced her to PlayPosit when it was piloted on their campus. She started including it in a course developed in spring of 2018 and has created hundreds of bulbs ever since. So in a moment here, we're welcoming Cheryl for a session on becoming a PlayPosit bulb making factory, probably one of the most fun titles of the day. Cheryl, welcome to the PlayPosit Exchange.
Thank you for having me here, and a huge shout out to the PlayPosit team for having this exchange. I know I have so many ideas now. I can't wait to get back at it. I feel like a lot of my introduction was just said by Dylan. I was listening to what Dr. Cooper said about having to hurry up and get a lot of PlayPosit activities done in September for her November class, and I know how that feels. So hence this this presentation on how to become a bulb making factory. I think a lot of the reticence people might have about taking on PlayPosit is the training, right? You have to train someone to not only figure out where they want to use it in the class, but then actually build everything. But with the approach with this bulb making factory, it's focusing on people's individual strengths and not worrying so much that everyone becomes a master at everything all at once. So with that, I'm going to give a quick overview. Sorry, just hit the wrong thing. So as Dylan said, I became an instructor at the U of A in 2003. By 2009, I was teaching a huge lecture of 250 business math students. And so you can see quickly thereafter, I started supporting the back end of our Math 100 class. This is a class to sort of segue between basically high school and college. It's for the students who don't test into college level math right away. In the beginning, we were servicing 200 students. Then next thing it was 400, then 800. And this year we're servicing about 3,000. And you think, okay, 2,000 one semester, 2,000 the next. No, it's 3,500 in fall because more people have to get into math to get into their studies a lot quicker. So it's very uneven. So when you have a class that big, you have to have a good system. You have to have good support and good tools behind it. So within 2 years, I officially became staff and given the title academic support coordinator. So as Dylan said, I help a lot of the instructors with their teaching technologies. Realize that I am in a department where most people teach on a chalkboard and begrudgingly upgrade to a whiteboard. So, trying to get them to get technologies into the classes is another thing, but then getting them to feel comfortable using it is quite another. So in 2015, Arizona Online was really taking off. We have many classes on our catalog right now online and asynchronous. And so in 2023, last year, we were tasked with really bringing 3 of our courses up to a common standard. And by that standard, I mean having something where we can tell that the students are actually engaging with our learning materials, and we can look at a glance to see how they're doing. And PlayPosit was really the big tool there. So who all was involved in this project to get 3 classes up at once? We had Sarah, who was the instructor / course coordinator for the async sections of that. So she was our content specialist. You had me acting as instructional designer. I call myself the PlayPosit specialist, and I use that very lightly because I learned a lot in this process. Relied heavily on Buddy and Danielle in our central support office, who work with Stephanie from PlayPosit. And then I also have had a student worker who is our miracle worker or our worker bee. So she is the one that was doing a lot of the nitty gritty, entering everything into PlayPosit. So I became kind of the go-between Sarah and our student worker. And I was the one kind of teaching our student worker how to do things in PlayPosit. I kind of knew what the capabilities were, so we were guiding it that way. So what had to be done? So we already had videos for these courses, but they were long videos. So we wanted to chunk them down, make them 4 to 6 segments. We had to decide what questions needed to be asked and when. We had to actually create the PlayPosit bulbs, enter in all of the questions. Then, of course, we had to go through and edit them because nobody wants to have questions that are incorrect. And then we had to get the final approval and then assign them in the classes. So just take a look at the numbers on this. Yes, from a math department. So we had the 3 classes. Once we chunked everything down, we're looking at about 100 bulbs per class. And then about 2 questions per bulb. So yeah, we were trying to build about 600 questions. And we did this in about a 3-month span. So I think we started mid-spring semester and we had it done by midsummer. It was a really quick turnaround. What we needed to do this successfully, we had a master D2L site. So we used D2L Brightspace at our university. So we got a play space for each of the courses and we called that our master site. We had everyone on our team, the 3 of us, listed as instructor inside that site. And this became our central place to look at the bulbs and enter PlayPosit to edit them as needed. Then we also had a master spreadsheet to organize everything for this class. So remember, talking 600 questions, we have to be able to say what questions had to be asked, what was the status of the editing, and what's the status of just completion. So enter the master spreadsheet. So it's very tiny here, but don't worry, I'm going to really focus in on the main pieces here. You'll see that it starts with column D. We'll deal with columns A through C pretty soon. The first column is just the video title. So Sarah is going in here first, our content specialist, and she's saying, okay, in this video, I want this question. Now, in this case, for these 3 classes, all the videos were made, all of the chunks were made. So you'll see we had like section 1.1 had videos A and B. 1.2 had A, B, and C, and so on. So since we had all the videos already, we listed them in this green column, and then it just became a quick drop-down menu. So she didn't have to spend a lot of time trying to type in the right title, especially because some of the titles are pretty close to each other. So she could just quickly say, okay, this is in video 1.1a. I want at this timestamp, and then the next column is going to be the question. So again, each row is for a single question. If she wanted a follow-up question at that same point, then the next row would also say timestamp 516. Next column, she's saying what the question is. For the most part, our student worker can just copy and paste into the PlayPosit editor. There were a couple questions that had some math equations and such that had to be written up. So there was some editing there in addition, but really made a nice process because most of the typing has already been done. Of course, you know, instructors just quickly going through and typing the questions. There's some typos there too. So when it got copied and pasted, if the student worker or if I wasn't really paying attention as I'm reading through things, you know, it gets overlooked till the editing stage. Then the next columns, G through J, are the multiple choice options. So we decided to keep everything as multiple choice. That way it's just a quick, can easily be graded. They know right away if that's right or wrong. There's no issues of, wait, did they put a comma in that value that was 10,117, or did they leave it out? I don't have to worry about the different ways that they could type that in. So we just left it all multiple choice. She would list the possible answer choices in each of the columns, but then highlight in green the one that would be marked in PlayPosit as the correct answer. And then we also added a bonus one because also what we're trying to do is take everything up to the Quality Matters standards. So one of the big things is to try to tie in all of your learning activities with your learning objectives. So since she was going through each of these questions, now is a great time to say, we know our objectives. They're listed over here in column S. Let's just do a drop-down menu and say what this question is asking. And we do have a couple extra columns here for those in case it's covering 2 objectives at once. But that was foresight. It's rare, but we actually had it here. So that was a nice way to help us out with our QM standards as well. Okay, so Sarah did her piece, our content specialist. So she wrote up all the questions. She knew where exactly she wanted them and which videos. So now our student worker gets all this information and she needs to put them into PlayPosit. So remember, she's in D2L as an instructor. So she would go in, she would create the bulbs. We had her create a folder for the class and put all of these bulbs in there. And then I had her share that folder with me. And if you know from these 3 dots, you can go to share. Notice it has a link. What it does is it sends you a URL. I was still pretty new at this. So here I am. I get this URL. Like, that's kind of odd, but I open it. I have the folder in my bulbs now. Like, sweet, I got the bulbs. And I would look through them and there would be a couple things I wanted to tweak. So I would send those back to our student worker. She would make the changes and say, okay, they're ready. And I would look in my folder and go, no, they're not. They haven't changed. I thought, well, okay, so maybe I need to delete this folder and have her reshare the link. Well, doing that, I realized she's sharing that same link. So that link was for that folder. Okay, so maybe I just needed to update it. So I deleted the folder, re-clicked on that URL. My folder came back. I got new things she had in there. But sometimes the changes did not show in my folder. And I really didn't understand what was going on. And she was also having trouble assigning the bulbs to the master site. So in the meantime, I started, so she would let me know that they were done by putting it into the folder. I would re-upload that folder and I would see which ones were done. I'd put them into the master site so that Sarah can look at them. But there was just this haziness of, I'm not seeing everything that my student worker was doing. So talked to Buddy and Danielle in our central support, and I realized, oh, that URL is making a copy of everything. So it was not, we're looking at 2 separate bulbs. And like, this can't happen. And I don't know if every time I did that, I made a new copy. I don't know. We purged a lot of things afterwards. So what we ended up doing, we realized that the student worker could easily assign to the play space, the master site, if she was looking at her list of bulbs. So she could assign her bulbs. She couldn't assign from the folder. Note to self. So great. Now she can assign that. She assigns it to the master site, which now puts it into the class folder in PlayPosit. So PlayPosit has bulbs, folders, and class folders. So this is where everything, your monitor, everything is set to that particular class in that particular LMS site. So great, they're sitting there. Now the instructor can go into the site. She can view it. She can indicate which ones need to be edited. She would either mark that in the spreadsheet or she would tell me, and then I would be communicating to our student worker what needed to get changed. Student worker makes the edits. We let Sarah know they're ready. She reviews the edits, and then we either iterate on that process or we get that seal of approval. This was just an absolute game changer. So class folder for the win. So by using that class folder, we all knew that we were looking at the same bulb. So if we needed to edit it, then we go into that D2L site, go into PlayPosit through there. We're looking at that particular bulb. We edit it right there on the spot. And this master site is not called master for, we didn't just randomly choose that. That is the site that we copy all of our future classes from. So by making sure that this set of bulbs is exactly what we want, then it's easily copied over. It's set up in this master site, very easy to copy going forward. So that was a huge win. If you are working with more than one person, I highly recommend that you are sharing it through a course site. It just makes things so much easier. going back a little further to our strategies for editing, we used that spreadsheet again. So remember, originally we would have the student worker make the quiz, the bulb. I would assign the bulb, and then Sarah would review it. In the end, our student worker was doing the creating the bulb and assigning it. So really, we just kind of forgot about column C. But by checking this off, Sarah knew, and also by checking in the D2L site, she would know that they were ready. She would go through and check off when she has reviewed them. If there was an issue, we would highlight it in yellow and either highlight the question part or even the answer choice if it was the wrong answer choice or something. I would use Teams chat with our student worker to let her know what things need to get fixed. And then when I was able to tell Sarah that, hey, everything's ready, she could go back to the site and she would know which ones she had to check because they were highlighted. And if it was good to go, she would unhighlight it. And then we'd just kind of forget that that one needed editing. And then we'd just iterate on that process. So now we have about 200 questions written for each class, about 100 bulbs. I call them mini bulbs because, again, they were chunked down so that they were shorter videos. But thinking about having 100 videos that you have to watch, it's really hard to sugarcoat that for a student, right? So we ended up cleaning up cleaning up our D2L site by using the playlist functionality in PlayPosit. So for if a section had 4 or 5 videos to it, we could just give 10 points to that whole section based on how much what they got on that combination of those 4 or 5 videos. This made things so that we had a similar point value per section. It made it so that there were fewer items in the content list in D2L. So the students were just like, oh my gosh, I have 100 videos I have to watch. The other thing was D2L only lists 25 things at once in their content. You have to hit load more if there's more. So it's just the more compact it is, the easier it is to view it. But then we also found an extra incentive to this. So we have a due date on this playlist. So they need to watch this video or this playlist by, say, the test date. That's their last chance to get points for doing it. After that, they lose access to the video and access to, trying to get points. But I still want them to be able to watch the video so that they can study for the final or the next exam, or if there's any particular tricky part that they want to review, they should be able to see those videos again. So we made a separate page in D2L where they could review these videos after the due date. You can't list a bulb in 2 places in a D2L site, but you can have a playlist and have the bulbs. So we were able to put the playlist for points and then have these review pages where they could review the videos. They could see the things that they had answered in the past, but not affect their grade. But they could still view it as many times as they want before the exams, which is exactly what we wanted. So it's an extra stage as far as being able to set this up in D2L and to have the dates set up every time. But I think it really works well for the students. So I want to share that spreadsheet with you. It is, there's not a whole lot to it, but it's at least a starting point for you. So if you want to go ahead and scan that, that will get you to the Google Sheet that we used. I kept it on Google because of the checkbox feature. Excel doesn't really have quite as nice of a checkbox, but of course you could use, just type an X for each thing that you needed in Excel. Unfortunately, my department is moving away from Google, so I will lose access to this in about a month as a Google Sheet. But I, again, recommend that you download it and edit it as you see fit. I'm opening the floor to any questions. If you want to continue this conversation with me, please email me. I do want to say, usually one thing I would say that this process doesn't do is that it doesn't teach the faculty how to use PlayPosit, but I would counter that by saying it's not teaching them to use it right away. Once they have the bulbs, then they can learn. But this whole thing, this whole process was, how do we get 3 classes worth set up with PlayPosit bulbs within 3 months? And we nailed it. So I hope this helps you. And I would love to know if you have any questions.
Amazing presentation, Cheryl. Thank you so much. I'll look in the chat here and see if we have any other questions to catch up on, but I think you did an amazing job, and thank you for sharing that link. Oh, Danielle, thank you for sharing that link. I love learning about the tools and process that you've used to scale learning across a large audience of learners. And again, thank you for sharing that template. I know a lot of people will benefit from that. And I also wanted to say, I completely agree when it comes to collaborating on a body of PlayPosit content. The classes are such a game changer.
Do not make multiple copies. That's not the way to go.
Yeah, well, any last comments before we wrap up this session?
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Thank you, Cheryl. Well, all right, we're gonna wrap up this last session. Thank you, Cheryl. Let's see here. That concludes our first ever PlayPosit exchange. We really hope that you found this webinar series to be informative, impactful, and inspiring. Before we close out, we have a few reminders. So first, you're going to receive a link to watch the on-demand recordings with an email shortly. And if there are any sessions that you missed or you want to rewatch, we encourage you to access that link anytime. You'll also receive an email within the next couple of weeks with some session resources. And in that same email in a couple of weeks, we'll provide a link to a survey. And so we really take feedback seriously at PlayPosit. If you have a moment when you receive that link, please complete that survey just to let us know what you thought of the event, what was really helpful, or what we can improve on next time. And the survey will also provide an opportunity to indicate your interest in presenting at a future event such as this. Or if you have a colleague that you think would be perfect for this event, they've got a neat use case, maybe you can nominate them through that survey. So thank you all. And I'm going to pass it off to Madison here for just some closing up.
Thanks, Steph. Yeah, we would just like to take a second to thank you all so much as attendees coming and finding value in the PlayPosit stories that have been shared and participating in the chat and relating with and sharing when ideas or use cases sounded aligned with what you're already doing, or even using the chat as a space to collaborate. We hope that this is just a jumping off point for you to continue that collaboration and story sharing that you have seen over the last 2 days. So thank you all as attendees for finding value in PlayPosit and coming to be here. Also, we would like to give a huge round of applause maybe in the chat and thank you to our very dedicated session presenters that are partners that each of our, yes, a real round of applause or a chat round of applause. These are individuals that we know are committed to using PlayPosit. They have found a lot of value in it, and we don't want to forget that a lot of time and effort went into creating these beautiful use cases that have been shared over the last 2 days. And so we want to thank our presenters. And then, of course, on the background, there's been a lot of individuals from the WeVideo team that have supported this session, this event and all of the sessions. And so we want to thank our WeVideo and PlayPosit team that have been here supporting behind the scenes. Too many to count, but we're so thankful to be able to be here and and just share this time with you all. If you have any questions, you can reach out to success@wevideo.com about the event or about any of the use cases. But like Stephanie shared, we will be sending out a number of follow-up resources. And now you will be able to access these recordings completely on demand after this afternoon. So please come back, rewatch, and let us know what you have found helpful and useful about this first of its kind event that we've had here at PlayPosit. So from all of us on the PlayPosit Exchange team, we're wishing you a wonderful weekend. And thank you for choosing to spend the last 2 days with us listening to some incredible stories. So everyone have a great weekend, and thank you for joining.